Over the course of the last several days, the New England
Patriots
have received trade offers
Thank you, Mikey.
from teams.
Mikey, okay, so this whole thing when I'm doing it through OBS, Joe,
the Patriots,
as of right now, seem set on OBS, but then I have to go all the way to YouTube
take their
until
franchise
YouTube
quarterback, and most people believe
it's kind of a pain in the butt, but this is also a free way to do a bunch of stuff that, like, StreamYard makes you pay for, and it's way better than StreamYard. Like, I can do a whole lot more.
Let's say someone like Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, anyway, y'all, as I said before, welcome to the jungle, and Joe said, welcome to the dog pound, but I said welcome to the toilet bowl. So that was basically that literally, it was for like,
until he was on the
2
clock,
seconds.
and that's understandable. That
Mikey says he hears the audio. I
apologize,
Mikey, I don't have, it's been like 6 months since I really was messing with this channel, so I don't have all of my normal setup here, so I'm not going to be able to put you up on the screen for this one, but I am reading your comments, and so I will react to it as
you're going to get your best offer at the last minute. So he just said, well, I got to wait for the other ones. I'll just wait for best and final. Once you get me these offers late in the process. This is a fascinating portion.
But anyway,
starting with the New England Patriots.
Yeah, we're here.
I was there
NFL draft. I don't know if y'all saw
in there. There wasn't a lot of hope in this franchise. It's resulted in a new head coach in Gerard Mayo.
Basically, my thought process is, like, I wanted to put out a video for that. Didn't really have time to put out a video. So what I did was I went ahead and released my mock draft, and then like a few minutes before this, and then I figured we can just, like, as the draft goes along, I can be like, oh, this is who I picked, and I'm either like right or I'm wrong.
That's a mistake, in my opinion. If you like Drake
May, but I feel like this first
stay there, you take him.
Yeah, and he's a big.
I mean, honestly, I think the first, I would say the first 4 picks are kind of consensus. No, I mean, Caleb is a no-brainer to the Bears, then Daniels to the Washington football team, and then May to the Patriots. If the Patriots don't like May, that's probably the first trade-out candidate. I think the first two are 100% bona fide locks.
My only thing is, it's like, but this is my personal analysis too. So, like, I guess maybe NFL teams feel a lot differently, and that's why the consensus is what the consensus is. But I personally just don't really understand. Like I get like quarterback. Like everybody's like, oh, let's pick quarterback. If you actually look in my mock, I have 6 quarterbacks in the first round, which has never happened before. But it's because of the value you get in a rookie quarterback contract versus, like, Deshaun Watson.
There's going to be this stare-off between Minnesota and New York.
So that's why everybody's wanting the quarterback. I see Jaden Daniels as, like, if he at any other position with the level of skill set and refinement he has, he'd be like a second-round pick. I haven't looked too much into Drake May, but I just, the Bo Nix is decidedly a second or third round type of pick, but
there's rumblings with Nix in the first. Honestly, I mean, I think it's no brainer the first. The 4 guys will go in the first. Nix and Penix Jr. right on that.
They've collected a lot of picks.
I mean, they're both 23, 24 years old. They've been around for a long time.
They've tried to get some balance and
some depth. In that same
they need blue chip.
I mean, it just takes one team to fall in love with them, take them the first round. So they're, I mean, honestly, with Penix Jr. and Bo Nix coin flip, any guy who ends an X apparently this year is the biggest difference maker in the draft at the wide receiver. So it could be. I don't think they'll last past the second round, but I just don't see 6 going in the first. That's a little excessive. But I do. The quarterbacks are valued because the season's longer too. If you look what happened with all our teams last year, you kind of need a good viable backup.
Kind of the concept of why the
not like maybe you don't want 2 fucking number 1s, but you want a number 1 and a guy in that 20 to 25 range in case that guy goes down.
More draft choices even in this draft, which is deep as we've already established in this hour-long
question for you, because obviously there's not unless they trade up. I am somewhat prepared for, like, if the Browns or Texans or the
trading back,
whoever the hell
you got enough picks.
Saints, somebody. There's like 3 teams that don't have first-round pick.
And the Patriots,
the Panthers. If the Panthers, Texans, or Browns move in, I'm prepared for that as far as this goes. But let's just say theoretically, Joe, the Browns still have the 23rd pick, which is
those fans are looking at the actual stage.
let's say they still had that pick. Who would you want?
NFL
Cooper DeJean all day. I mean, it's first white quarterback in fucking 20 years.
Detroit, Michigan.
I love that guy. But I mean, if,
Chicago Bear
he probably, I don't know if he's gonna be there 23.
The 2024 NFL Draft.
He might go to the Bengals. He might go, Seahawks, Jaguars, somewhere like that, 16, 17. But I mean, beyond that, I mean, it just really depends who would have dropped. I mean, Bowers, Brock Bowers was there. I'd like Bowers, and all the other guys is so. Well, I mean, the defensive line is. There's nobody at that point that would stand out on defense to me that would, besides, just guys I like because I know a lot of them. You know what I mean? So it'd really be hard for me to be like, oh yeah, we would, because I mean, I don't know who's left. I mean, if I had a list of guys who's left, then I could say, but it's like a guy I'd want could go at 10. You know what I mean? A guy I want could go at 15. So. But yeah, it would probably be a defensive pick. Short the defense. I think our offense is okay. Bowers would be a nice opposite tight end outside. I actually do think we will take a tight end and just draft. I don't know if we'll do it tomorrow, but we might do it the day after. I mean, one of those blocking guy, like a Harrison Bryant type of stand kind of thing. So I could definitely see. I can see the Browns taking a running back too. I really good. I could really see a second or third round running back in the Browns. I wouldn't be shocked if they did that, honestly. Because, I mean, you got Deontay Foreman, Naeem Hines, Jerome Ford. Those are all guys in that 20 to 30 range, maybe 15 in a good day. They're not Nick Chubb, though. Yeah. But, I mean, there's no real standout running backs in this draft, so that could be a good thing, though. You could get a Blake Corum or, somebody in the later rounds, the guy from Florida State, something like that. So we'll see.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mikey, for telling me about the I had the draft audio going, so I appreciate that, Mikey. Just to catch up to some of these comments real quick. Glad to see you two here, Jeff. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights, as every time I get on, says yo, and then we don't see him again for the rest of the
I love Daniel Barry. He does that vibe too. He says hi all the time. The Eclectic Beard is my buddy Alan. He's from South Carolina. He was going to do a cast, but I messaged him. But hey, just check us out. He says, so he'll probably watch us. Really good dude if you never met him.
So Mikey seems to be under the impression that the Saints are taking Joe Alt, and I got bad news for you, Mikey. I don't think he's at 14. If Joe Alt makes it to 14, like I
might not make it past. Yeah, he might not make it past. Fuck, does he make it past the Titans? I mean, at 7, he's
I've got the Titans taking him.
6'8", 325, dude. That's a hog, man. That's a fucking hog.
I think if he's available at 7, the Titans are sprinting to the podium. Like there's like they like that's their guy. I think Joe Alt is their guy, and he feels like the most Titans pick in the world too.
Right, big old mauler, like a Taylor Lewan from back in the day, kind of thing.
Yeah, big gigantic, like offensive lineman who's like the best guy in the draft, and then in 10 years we're gonna be like wow, that guy sure was a lineman who existed one time. Because he played for the Titans. Right. But I actually got the Saints. I got them taking Olu Fashanu, or whoever that, how you pronounce that, I don't know. He's like, as far as left tackles go, I think that he's like the next best thing to Joe Alt in this draft. I think the best right tackle is Fuanga. And I would love if the Bengals got him, but the guy I desperately want the Bengals to get. I would be over the moon if we got Brock Bowers.
Bowers is a hog, bro. I don't want you guys to get Bowers. I really love fuck with Bowers, dude. He has that, he's kind of the Laporta of this draft, but yeah, I don't want him going to you guys. I think he honestly goes borderline top 10, top 15 at the latest. I don't think he lasts to you guys, but I mean, if he's there, fuck, you're taking him. No, I mean, that's a no-brainer at that point. I mean, I would say tight end's not an immense need, but you get somebody like that in there, potential Pro Bowler, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mark Kearns said that Justin Herbert is about to be a Viking, and no, he's not. I saw that somebody suggested that, but no, he's not.
I mean, it makes sense because don't they got Harbaugh now down there in LA, right? And and you remember, I mean, we're here on draft day. You remember what they said in draft day, Kyle? You make a fucking splash, and trading somebody like Herbert, if you get a pick for that and dump that contract, get a rookie guy in there, not the worst move in the world, and could pay off for fucking Minnesota. because Minnesota's always done good with quarterbacks. I mean, that Cousins contract, everybody laughed at it back in 2018. That turned out to be a fun godsend for those guys. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna be shocked if that does happen. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. Like, my only thing is, like, to get Herbert from the Chargers, you'd need to give them, like, not like a king's ransom like you would if it was like Joe Burrow or something like that, but you'd need to give them a way more. You can't just throw like pick 11 at them and be like, hey, like you'd need to give them like multiple picks and probably some players and stuff like that. Because like, you know, Herbert is the Chargers right now. Like they're like, if they're trading him away, then they're just like completely giving up. So like you got to make it worth their while. And I just don't see Herbert. I frankly don't see Herbert being worth that. Like is he a really good player? Yeah. But like, I mean, he's already been re-signed, right? So he's on his second contract.
Yeah.
So,
that's the reason
you're
I
not
think
getting that value.
That's the only reason I think they potentially could dump him. I mean, because you got, think last year with Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, right? You got this quarterback that the guy didn't sign up for. You know, Jim Harbaugh did not sign up for Justin Herbert. And you got the guy he was just in a national title with, JJ McCarthy. You know what I mean? You find somebody in there willing to take. I mean, the Vikings are the prime candidate. Well, they got 13. So I don't think McCarthy's going to last till 13. But if you can get that 13th pick and maybe move up there, I mean, it's. I'm just saying it's in play. It's something to keep an eye on for sure. I'm constantly refreshing Twitter.
It could happen. I just don't think it's going to. Like that specifically. I don't see Herbert getting moved. I see maybe. I'm not saying there's not going to be some big trades. Obviously, it's draft day. Like every team wants to stand out, and everybody wants to be like, look at me. But I just don't see Herbert moving. I don't see any big name quarterbacks moving. Frankly, like you know the fact that Kirk Cousins even left Minnesota was weird. And I he was a free agent too.
Right. Hell of a contract too, right? Jeez, man. I could know how to fucking finagle it, doesn't he? My goodness gracious.
I mean, when he got what he got from Minnesota, that was considered crazy.
Right? I remember
nowadays it looks relatively tame, the contract he got from Minnesota. But at the time it was like, bro, what? You're giving Kirk Cousins that?
Right, $26 million a year for Cousins. I wanted the Cousins back in 2018 because I mean, if you drafted Cousins, they could have got, you know, that Quentin Richardson and fucking Saquon Barkley. You know what I mean? We could have drafted a bunch of badasses there, but it worked out okay, I guess. I mean, you're not gonna hit on everything, and Baker's one of those guys. He's always gonna be above average and he'll have his moments, but he's never gonna have that spark. He's never gonna have that eliteness. You know what I mean? He'll get his moments. I mean, he might make an AFC Championship game in his career, but will he ever, you know, bust out a run of, 8 years in a row where they go to 5 Super Bowls? Probably not.
That's fair. Mikey mentioned that he says the Bengals are going to take Byron Murphy. That's another guy I don't think is going to be available. His stock has been skyrocketing over like the last week. I see him now that could also be smoke too, because when guys take big leaps like that this close to the draft, a lot of times that's just smoke and teams trying to like mess up people's perceptions of the draft. But I don't know. A lot of people have been talking about Byron Murphy possibly going in like the top 10. I got him going to the Bears actually at 9.
Trying to find, what does he play?
Oh, he's like a nose tackle.
Okay. 6 foot, 295. Okay.
He'd be a good DJ Reader replacement. I'd be down for Byron Murphy, but I just don't think he's going to be there.
All right. Before we get into the draft part, it's going to start here momentarily. What is your take on what broke the past week about Higgins and what's his name? Trey Hendrickson. Now, is that because they're not going to give him the contracts? I read that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I read that for NFL contracts, they have to put the entire contract in like escrow, and that Mike Brown and those guys don't have the money. Is that true? What's the deal there?
I can't say I know exactly what's going on. I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy, Eminem is just going crazy up there. That's awesome. But anyway, yeah, I actually did want to like. I don't care about T. Higgins. I really don't. And frankly, I don't care that much about Trey Hendrickson. It's just it's news, and I did kind of want to address it. So like T. Higgins not going anywhere. He's under contract. That's just what the Bengals do. You know, like I mean, he's going to play. They're most likely, I'm guessing, probably going to like draft some wide receivers and probably think about life after T. Higgins in this draft, but he's going to be here in 2024. Trey Hendrickson, he ain't going nowhere. Like from my perception, and this is not based off of anything I've read, this is just my perception of what I know about the Bengals. From my perception, because he said he wanted security, right? That was his issue. He said, my perception is like after they drafted it's like the whole Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love thing, right? After they drafted Myles Murphy last year, and like Joseph Osai was kind of already knocking on the door and stuff like that. I think Trey Hendrickson kind of sees the writing on the wall that, yeah, he's the big dog in town now for like, the next, year or two or maybe even 3 or whatever. But like, there's no long-term security here because he's expensive. He is an expensive player. And if, Myles Murphy continues on the trajectory that we saw from him at the end of last year, he's probably going to end up they're probably going to end up, cutting Trey Hendrickson. And don't forget, this is a guy who at the beginning of his career was playing for the New Orleans Saints, who were in cap hell and constantly cutting their best players left and right. So that's what I think this is about. I think this is about him not feeling like his, future is like guaranteed to be in Cincinnati. And he wants like some stability for both himself and probably his, family. And I get that. My other perspective is, though, you just signed an extension last year. You could have chosen not to sign that extension. So I'm very pro player. I am. But like this one in particular, I'm having a little bit of trouble like empathizing with him. Like, bro, you signed that contract. That was you who signed that contract. And that was last year when you signed that contract. There's young guys who are who might potentially take your job if you're not worth the $20 million a year we're paying you. Well, the solution to that is be worth the $20 million a year we're paying you. I guarantee you, if you're that good, they'll trade Myles Murphy and Joseph Osai at some point. Like make the Bengals look stupid for taking a defensive end last year. Which, by the way, the reason they did that is because they didn't really have any big holes, so they just kind of went with a luxury pick, and they felt Myles Murphy was the best player available. It wasn't an anti-Trey Hendrickson thing or an anti-Sam Hubbard thing. It was just like, we don't really need a whole lot right now. And unless there wasn't really like an offensive lineman who was like definitely the guy you want to take at that point. So beyond that, it's just like, well, just take whoever's the best player on the board,
Now, have you ever been to a draft in person?
I have not, no. I would like to.
Oh, dude, you got to go. I've been to 2. I went to 2017 in Philadelphia. That's how it was here in Detroit. Big open crowd, everything. And we went to the 2021 one here in Cleveland, which was the pandemic draft, and it was a lot smaller crowd than all this. That was, and I got to tell you a funny story. That was the only event in NFL history where they segregated by vaccination status. The only time they did that, because after that, they just fucking got rid of it for like preseason, regular season and all that. That was the only time. And I still got a jersey in there with a sticker that says vaccinated. Like a damn cattle, bro. It's great. But it's something. It's something. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's, in my opinion, I mean, it's fun for sure. Mm-hmm. But like in terms of like bucket list things, I wouldn't call it. I would say it's a skosh overrated. Like I'd rather go to a NBA Finals game or a NFL playoff game, or something like that, as opposed to just a draft, like the Masters or something. You know what I mean? Not that the draft ain't fun,
my whole thing, like I think if it was in Cincinnati, I'd go. I'm not ruling it out ever. I'm just saying, like, I probably could have gone to the one that was in Cleveland a little while back, but it's just like, man, like, I mean, the draft, yeah, it's fun. I enjoy covering the draft, and I watch the draft every year because I'm a gigantic, massive smelly nerd. But but at the same time, like, I don't know, just like going to the draft, like, I mean, it can't possibly be that exciting to be there in person, other than like all the stuff that they put on the end. Like, there's a crowd and there's going to be energy and stuff. But like, I'd rather go to a concert.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's just so much waiting around. I mean, when we were in Philly too, it was so hot, dude. It was like fucking 85 degrees, and my goodness, in Cleveland it just rained the whole time. It was literally pouring rain. It was just bullshit.
I think if I was to, if I wasn't live streaming the draft, which probably I will be from now until like I die, as long as YouTube doesn't go away. Like I'll probably live stream the draft every year. But if I was gonna not watch if I was gonna watch the draft and I just wasn't on YouTube for whatever reason, I'd probably want to go to like a bar or something, go watch it there, because like I'm not really gonna be like there's so much dead time between like the picks, and that's why they put on these like shows where they have all these talking heads, and basically what you and me are doing. We're filling time between picks right now because there's just so much dead time between picks, and I don't know what they could possibly be doing with the crowd. Actually, that's a good question for you, as somebody who's been to two. What did they do with the crowd in between picks?
Yeah, the stuff inside the arena, like by the stage and all that, is typically corporate sponsors, shit like that. Works with the team. There are limited tickets available for something like that. Quite expensive. You're talking $300, $400, $500. And then like there's a rail, and then that pretty much from there back is just all festival style seating. First come, first serve. So in 2021, me and my buddy Steve, we were the first ones that got there. So that's why I got a couple clips I can show you back. You've probably even seen them when they just showed me on camera, because I was literally right up on the rail for like the second and third round. The Browns didn't have a first round pick that year, so I didn't even fucking worry about that. And it rained that whole first night anyways. But yeah, it's just to go to it, go to the festival and stuff. It's all free. So I mean, unless your team's like picking a couple picks in the first round or something like that, and there's a lot of guys going with you, I wouldn't make a big effort of it. But if it comes to your city or within 3-4 hours, it's not. I would definitely take a look at it. It's not just a draft. I mean, they got a whole little NFL experience center, the whole little helmet set up. You can go in the stadium, try and kick field goal, shit like that.
For sure. Jeff is asking asked two questions. I think you already answered one of them, which was, is the draft free? No, you have to buy a ticket. Two, Jeff asked, will the draft ever come to Cincinnati? And that maybe that's something that I would be shocked if a Super Bowl ever came to Cincinnati, because I just don't think we have the infrastructure for it. But I mean, the draft, like from what I'm seeing on TV, and from what Joe's telling me, it's basically just like, a big festival, right?
Yeah. It's going to come to every city eventually. I would say. I would imagine they do it like how the All-Star game is in Major League Baseball. Like when a stadium gets built, they get a draft kind of thing. Like Buffalo's getting a new stadium. I imagine they get the draft 2027, whenever that stadium opens. That kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine Cincinnati definitely has the infrastructure to handle a festival. It's actually one of the, for a variety of different things, it's one of the most densely packed festival cities in the whole country. That's one thing that, like, coming to Cincinnati, that's a thing you can do, is we have a lot of festivals. So yeah, I'm sure the NFL draft would be able to put on a festival. Now, again, the Super Bowl is a different thing and a different like beast entirely. I don't think we're ever getting the Super Bowl unless you
got a dome and you're a bigger city, because Minneapolis held it and Detroit's held it, but the only outdoor northern city is held is New York, and it's going to rotate between those 5-6 bottom cities, LA, Vegas, New Orleans,
and our
Miami.
Public transportation system sucks. Like that's one thing I notice about going to like a lot of these cities that have held like the Super Bowl and stuff like that, is they have great like subways and public transportation systems, and the infrastructure's there. In Cincinnati, bro, we got a subway that is like half finished and is never going to be finished because of corruption. We've got the stupid ass streetcar who nobody ever fucking takes. That was just a waste of taxpayer money. We've got a bus system that's okay, but it's also kind of sketchy too. So
the pick is in. It's official. Caleb Williams has been drafted by the Chicago Bears, according to
all right. Well, the thing that happened that I think everybody on the planet expected to happen, Caleb Williams is going to have to suffer being a Chicago Bear, which I don't actually know if he cares, but I people seem to think that he cares. I don't know. I think he's just happy to be in the
What's
NFL.
your take on Williams? You think he's a little bit of a diva?
Okay, so I took some notes about all of the picks I made from my mock draft. And my perspective on Caleb Williams is, to me, from what the only thing I can tell, the only thing that people seem to like consistent, like whenever it's like, why do you have a problem with Caleb Williams? The only thing I can ever see is that people are like, oh, he paints his nails. And like, yeah, I think that's weird, but like, I don't care. Like, whatever. I mean, if he was the Bengals quarterback, I'd be, and like, he won us a Super Bowl, I'd be like, dude, paint your nails pink. I don't care.
I mean, there's some talent in Caleb Williams for sure. I think the Pac 8, Pac 9, 12, whatever the fuck it's called. I think that whole, conference is quite weak. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Because some games I watched him, he went up against, better competition. He wasn't as good as he was when he was playing these, shit teams. So
I had that thought because I what I've been thinking before. I guess they're actually doing the selection now, whatever. So before, like last college football season, a lot of people were talking about a potential number 1 overall pick this year being Spencer Rattler, who was Caleb Williams' predecessor at USC before Rattler basically got himself kicked out of USC basically, but by just being a giant cock. And then Caleb Williams came in and he did really well. But like my question about Caleb, like I'm sure he's good. Obviously you can see it. He's got plenty of like talent. You can see him on display. But he's an air raid quarterback first of all, and he's going to the Bears, who haven't properly developed a quarterback ever. Like, so, I mean, I guess like Sid Luckman, right? Like back in like the 30s, like they have not properly developed a quarterback in ever that I can think of in any way that's going to be relevant to the modern NFL. Like their best quarterbacks that I can think of, like Jay Cutler comes to mind, who was drafted and developed by the Broncos.
Jim McMahon was a Super Bowl winner. He's the only one that really, but that was only a couple of years. He was
but that wasn't Jim McMahon who won that Super Bowl.
That was that defense. That was transcendent defense, right?
Like, what did Jim McMahon ever do other than win that Super Bowl?
Hand the ball off to Walter Payton, chuck it up to Dennis McKinnon, Willie Gall off the side. He just rolled with it, man. It was a great fucking team.
He sure did do that. But anyway,
check this out though. This made me laugh. The final odds of Caleb being the number 1 pick were minus 20,000. So he had to spend $20,000. What is that? $2,000 to win $1. I think that is.
Huh. That's nuts. Like, why would you take that bet, dude? I would never have taken that bet. Like the only thing I'm more sure about than the Bengals aren't trading T. Higgins. But going into this draft, the only thing I was more sure, because like I got questions ahead of this draft from people. They were messaging me. They're like, is T. Higgins getting traded today? And I'm like, no, he's not. And so the only thing I am more sure about than T. Higgins is not being traded by the Bengals is that the Bears were going to draft Caleb Williams. That was so obvious, and back to what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm not saying he's going to be bad or anything. I am saying, though, he's going to the Bears, and that doesn't bode well for him. And I think he's a little overhyped, Like, I mean, I think he's fine. He could be very good and everything like that. But people are using the word like generational and stuff like that. And are you sure? Are we sure? Like, right. We're saying this guy's like on Andrew Luck's level. Now, are you sure? Peyton Manning, that's who this guy is. Like, this first of all, this guy's kind of a 1-year wonder. Like nobody was calling Joe Burrow general. I mean, okay, let me rephrase. A couple people used the generational phrase with Joe Burrow, and those people were roundly dismissed at the time. But like nobody seriously was calling Joe Burrow generational just because he had the greatest college season in college football history at the time. Like I mean, like that was a great year, but everybody was like, well, yeah, but it was only 1 year, and like pretty much every other year wasn't that great for Joe Burrow. So, that was the big criticism against him. That plus he was the fact that he for a rookie, he was pretty old.
I remember back in the day, this thing used to be on a Saturday, Sunday, and there was the first round. It was 15 minutes in between picks, and it started at noon. That would be a long day because he'd start pounding beers at noon, dude. By 2, 3 o'clock, he'd be loaded into whatever the freaking Browns came on. I still remember the 2001 draft. Me and my buddy Hernan were up at B-Dubs, and because everybody thought we were drafting that guy from Boston College. I can't remember. No, we got the guy from Boston College, Willie Green. I can't remember the guy everybody thought we were getting, but we were the only ones excited about Willie Green. And he had like 1 or 2 good years and then just flamed the fuck out. But that was funny. Yeah, them first 15 minutes is excruciating. So I'm glad they did speed that up. I wish they would stay true to the schedule on NFL Network. Like right now, there's no clock going on. They just got selection, this and that. And then we're 5-6 minutes into this. You know what I mean? We should already be on Scuttlebutt. Like I bet you if I refresh Twitter, we'll probably get the next pick already.
Yeah, speaking of which, I should probably go ahead and swap that out. So pick 2 is the Washington Commanders. Looks like they're in the process of making their call right now. But I've got them taking Jaden Daniels. Almost the consensus is they're going to take Jaden Daniels. So they're probably going to take Jaden Daniels. I don't know if I would take Jaden Daniels.
Unless they get blown out the water with the trade. There's a 5-10% chance here they trade if they get blown out the water. 3 minutes left on the pick according to the clock. But I would be shocked if they didn't trade Jason Daniels. Like EB is saying, I call EB Eclectic Beardy. His nickname's EB. I would think at 3 that's where there's a potential trade. I don't think they're 100% sold on Drake May or JJ McCarthy or anything like that. I would say if they do pick, it's probably going to be McCarthy or May. Probably May, if we're being honest. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting at 3. But I would be shocked if this wasn't Daniels here.
Yeah, I mean, based off of everything I'm hearing at this point, like again, it's not necessarily what I would do. But just like, if you're that into Jaden Daniels, I'd trade down. You know,
they just according to Albert Breer, they just did take him. So Jaden Daniels goes to Washington.
All right then.
And the Bears and the Browns have never had a 4,000-yard passer. Isn't that wild? Or no, one time we did. Between the Bears and the Browns, like 150 years of football. Only one 4,000-yard passer in that history. Isn't that crazy? The Bears have never had one. The Browns only had Brian Sipe in 1980.
That's crazy. I would, because the Browns have had some like solid, seasons out of quarterbacks.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I also would have thought like Kozar would have done that.
Kozar's was like 3,500, something like that. Back then, they had a huge running game too. A lot more runnings than how it is now. I miss the ground and pound days. Did I miss like a traditional fullback, I formation? I mean, what goes around comes around in football. You know what I mean, you're not going to have the spread forever. Eventually, they'll learn to contain it with faster guys on defense and go back to. I mean, the 49ers are kind of doing some of the I formation stuff now, but you'll see. Get more. I think that trend of getting them more hybrid players might permeate more. Maybe not immediately, but usually, it's a copycat kind of league. So you get these wide receivers who can play running backs can play wide receiver, shit like that. That's how you do it. And the Cavs are getting smoked right now, which sucks.
Who are they playing?
Orlando.
I was watching a pre-draft show earlier, and one of the guys was a Magic fan, so I guess he's opposed to you right now. All right, so with we already know because of Albert Breer, but the NFL Network has finally caught up, and it is in fact Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, so if you're following along at home, follow Albert Breer on Twitter X, and he'll break it first.
Yeah, so
yeah, my buddy just texted me. Now things get interesting. This is where in the draft it will pivot a little bit. I mean, if they're not in love with Drake May or something like that, they'll trade back. We'll see. We'll keep refreshing social media. Yeah, if you guys hear something in the chat, let us know too, for sure. Oh, Jeff's a Magic fan. Okay, yeah, you guys gonna win tonight for sure. It is what it is. It's they were favored, and we'll see.
So how do you feel about like the level of insanity from my perspective? But I want to hear your perspective about like just like how. Because to me, Jaden Daniels is like the quintessential type of guy you'd take in the second round. But because he's a quarterback and he's like probably the second best quarterback in the draft, boom, number 2 overall pick.
I'll tell you this. I never really heard of Jaden Daniels prior to this year.
He was LSU's quarterback, and he actually outdid statistically Joe Burrow's 2019 season.
Okay.
From what I understand.
Okay. Yeah, he's what's it? Let me get the stats on this guy. Jaden Daniels is 6'4", 210. Okay, so kind of, Vince Youngish, maybe a couple inches shorter than Young, a little skinny.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he's got sunglasses on indoors. That does concern me, and I know people are gonna roll their eyes. But when that's that Manziel effect. If you're fucking too flashy, you think you're above the game, kind of shit. I don't like that vibe. But I mean, it's Washington. I mean, they're usually bad for a reason. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, there's a reason they draft this high regularly.
Right. There's a reason year over year these teams drafting the fucking top all the time. It's because they got shit management. I've suffered through it in Cleveland my entire life.
The eclectic beard, and this is the comments from a while ago, but interested to see if there's going to be a trade at 3 or 4. I do think the Cardinals are a prime candidate for trading. The Patriots, I mean, I don't know, like that's that quarterback thing, like I mean Drake May. That's what I thought was going to happen. Yeah, they could trade, but I don't know. Cardinals have no defense. He said, okay, so the eclectic beard says painting his nails isn't an issue. Dude has pedestrian stats against good teams. Yeah. So that was what I was saying. That's what both me and Joe were saying. The eclectic beard. That's what we were both saying.
Like, also, breaking news according to Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
One source said there's 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3rd overall pick. They will stick and take their QB of the future. So we got to imagine the McCarthy or May go here. I would probably going to be May being drafted here. So, and just right now, breaking news: the Patriots do take UNC quarterback Drake May with the 3rd pick. So there you go. May is the 3rd pick. So far, I mean, I'd say going into this, I thought those first 4 picks were quite locks. I really did. I mean, I hear it at 4 now. I mean, you'd be an idiot if you're the Cardinals. You don't take Harrison if what they're saying is true. So after that, though, that's the pivot. We'll see.
All right. Well, we got Drake May, and I didn't even put the Patriots logo up yet. So this is that took them forever to announce Caleb Williams' pick, but now they're going at a pretty decent pace. So I'll take that. Anyway, the eclectic beard says his issue with Caleb Williams is pedestrian stats, not painting his nails, and that's fair enough. That was our issue with him. But what we were talking about was like the talk about him being a diva, and like from everything I've heard from his teammates, everything I've heard about him as a person, everything like that, like I've never heard anything about him really having like diva personality traits. Just people say that because like he's like a kind of eclectic and he like paints his nails and stuff. And that, as far as being a diva goes, that's the only thing I've ever heard. As far as his stats goes, yeah, I agree. I don't think people are like generational, and I'm like, are you sure? Are we sure? Are we sure we're not just desperate for like the next Patrick Mahomes to show up and we're just calling everybody generational? Because I mean, we called Trevor Lawrence generational, right? And I can't say, and that was believable because of everything he did at Clemson. But like, it just hasn't been like that,
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is a case, right? He come out, everybody thinking he was the best, and then he's quite average. I mean, I won't say average, maybe a little bit off average, but I mean, in terms of where he was drafted and what it went through to get him, I mean, that's that's a crazy move when you think about it. He's probably ranked 10th, 15th, something like that. So we'll see. I don't like. I mean, because I went through it, dude. I went through the whole tanking thing, the 0-16 and the 1-15 year, and it's not totally not worth it. It's just it's fucking. It's loser thinking. It's not good. There's never going to be one guy to save your fucking franchise. It's those guys come around once every 10 years. You got to be luck out to get them because there's always a couple can't miss guys every draft. And then years like 1982 and 2013, shit like that, where you got crap going. You know what I mean? So it's not an exact science, but I mean it's right. You can't put all your eggs in one basket with this stuff, man. You really can't like that.
Mikey asked me a question earlier. I just wanted to address that real quick. But remember, and that's actually something I haven't had a chance to address on my show either. So asked me if I remember when we did our show, and I tried to dismiss the Joe Mixon question. I don't remember exactly what you're talking about, Mikey, but if I had dismissed any, I think I was talking about like releasing Joe Mixon or something like that. And I dismissed that. And I think I probably dismissed the possibility of a trade and everything like that. So I'll admit I was wrong. It was a very uncharacteristically Bengals, like it was uncharacteristic to the Bengals to trade Joe Mixon. That was weird. I did not expect that. And it hurts, it makes a lot of sense. It was a good move. It was like, I mean, yeah, they only got a 7th round pick, but honestly, just like sending him somewhere like in the Texans where he's not going to be like constantly like in our way and stuff like that. Maybe we'll see him in the playoffs or something like that. But, but that and like getting something so you can at least say you got something, and we'll see in this draft who the Bengals end up getting with that 7th round pick. But like, it was a surprising move. I did not think. Now they didn't release Joe Mixon. Now I think they were going to, and that's why the Texans traded for him. And that's also why they took a 7th round pick, because it's like, well, we're going to release him anyway. Might as well take somebody's pick away, even if it's a 7th round pick and they end up with like, some guy they're probably going to release before the season starts anyway.
Well, it's like with the picks like that, man. The running backs, they're quite interchangeable. I know it's a shitty thing to say, but like most teams use running backs by committee now. The superstar running backs are fucking very, very few. They probably got 2-3 guys you would say are, epic superstars, and the rest are just, middle of the pack guys. So that's plug and play. I mean, you can get guys in the 2nd, 3rd round in these drafts. You're going to do a good job. You know what I mean? So it's not
especially
really
running back.
Oh yeah, it's not. There's no incentive to give these guys a 2nd contract, as shitty as that is. Once they're 27, 28, they're kind of done.
Well, and that's the thing. I think they did right by Joe Mixon. They gave him that 2nd contract. They paid him, and then when it was time to move on, they sent him to a good situation. There's no bad blood there. It's all good. I think it was a bit of a surprise to Joe Mixon. Less of a surprise to everybody but Joe Mixon. But I don't think he totally saw it coming. But again, I think it was handled well. But I mean, it is true, especially this is why I say don't take a running back in the 1st round. And if you're gonna pay a running back, it better be because like that guy's like a franchise great, and you're just like you're doing it for like posterity's sake, right? Like because like I mean look at Chase Brown. Like we got him in the 5th round, and right now he looks like our like one of the key pieces of our running back room of the future. Like we went out and signed Zach Moss, who was another guy who was like, he didn't get drafted in the 1st round, but we went out and signed him to try to like bridge the gap between Mixon and the next guy. And we're talking about drafting somebody this year because you have to put so much of your salary cap to some of these like really pivotal positions like quarterback and wide receiver and stuff like that. It's the same thing with like, Trey Hendrickson. Eventually, once we have to pay Jamar Chase and, some other guys who are going to get really expensive, and it probably isn't going to happen with T. Higgins at this point, but you never know. They could still reach an extension with T. Higgins at some point.
And the Cavs are down
and people like Trey Hendrickson are going to see that the writing's on the wall. Like, they're only going to be kept around as long as they can be afforded. But, there's going to be other people coming in who are younger and cheaper. And that's just, the name of the game. It's the business.
All right. And 2 things, breaking news. The Cavs are down by 30, so that game's over. And the Cardinals are taking Marvin Harrison Jr. as projected with the 4th overall pick. So
All
Marvin
right.
Harrison
Well,
to the Cardinals.
The NFL Network isn't even on the Cardinals yet. So Marvin Harrison Jr. then?
Yeah, Albert Pierce says Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to the Cardinals. The 4th Buckeye wideout to be taken in the 1st round of the last 3 drafts.
Well, I will say that like Ohio State has a long history of like sending people who don't do anything to the NFL, but they're really good at sending wide receivers.
Oh, 100%. They got some good linebackers there for a minute. But the Buckeye quarterbacks typically never done anything really. I mean, it's C.J. Stroud last year, but I think C.J. Stroud is a huge bust candidate this year. And follow me on this. Do you remember the 2019 Browns season? I think I knew you in 2019. I might have not. I can't remember back that far, but there was all that hype going into the 2019 Browns season after, Baker had his rookie year where it was really exciting. Same thing with Stroud. The fucking Texans backed into the playoffs, dude. Fuck out of here. They were talented in there. They backed into the playoffs. They got lucky against the Browns team. Then they got all this extra hype going into fucking Stroud's sophomore year. There are a lot of good parallels between the 2019 Browns and the 2024 Texans. And you watch some Colts. Some Colts can take that fucking AFC South. There's no way the Texans can get that shit. You want a bust candidate of the year, C.J. Stroud, bro. Watch.
Yeah. I don't know, because here's the thing. I said that CJ Stroud was my pick for like every year one of the quarterbacks busts, and I figured last year it was going to be CJ Stroud. Turned out I was extremely wrong about that. So I'm a little wary of saying that. A little wary of saying that, but yeah. So just for what it's worth, NFL Network just said I'm just now getting the feed that Marvin Harrison Jr. is being selected. So that's a full, from what I can tell, 2 minutes after Albert Breer had it, and then I don't even remember how long ago you said it.
Yeah. All right. So the next up is the Chargers. Now, who do you take care of for the Chargers? Who did you pick in your mock?
I had him taking Malik Neighbors. You know, to shore up losing Keenan Allen.
What about Rome Oduzane? Do you think he's a little better than Neighbors? I think there's some potential in Oduzane. People are saying they like that guy. They really do.
I really like. I think I personally like Odunze better. But I thought that I can't. Hold on. Let me bring it up because I had some notes down. Like I think from what I remember, it was like Neighbors was a really good stand-in for Keenan Allen, and it was a better fit than Odunze from what I recall. But I agree with you. I like Odunze better personally.
Do you think the Giants take McCarthy at 6?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do think that.
Yes, that's gonna be a pretty predictable draft so far if everything goes according to plan.
Well, yeah, because I have the same thing as what?
Yeah, Tankathon has it seemed. I mean, well, the first 4 were consensus. I think every mock had the first 4 right, and then 5 they got Neighbors, 6 they got McCarthy, and then 7 they got Alt.
Well, the reason, I have Alt at 7 too. But I mean, it is a very predictable draft because like the first 3 picks I think were pretty obvious. There was a little bit of like, are the Patriots going to take May? But Marvin Harrison Jr. I think if the Cardinals don't trade was like the obvious pick for them. Malik Neighbors is who I think for the Chargers. JJ McCarthy, I sent him to the Giants because he basically told us that the Giants loved him. Like he had a visit with them and he was like, yeah, the Giants. So it really feels like the Giants are probably going to take JJ McCarthy based off of that. And then we already talked about Joe Alt earlier. It feels like the quintessential Titans pick.
Oh yeah. Huge Tennessee beef.
See. Let's see. What was my thought process on this? Yeah, finding the next Keenan Allen. I think a lot of my notes were about like people think that like Jim Harbaugh is going to try to go with like a tackle, but because he's Jim Harbaugh and he likes to run the ball. But I don't think that's going to be the case because Jim Harbaugh is Justin Herbert's coach, and I don't think he's stupid enough to think that the Chargers want to run the ball.
All right. We're waiting on news on the 5th pick. Yeah, the Cavs all the Cavs reporters are fucking based in the Cavs. The Cavs have put in Tristan Thompson and Marcus Morris Sr. So they're going to the bench. They're putting Tristan Thompson. I forgot he's still in the fucking league.
I do agree with the eclectic Beard's perspective on McCarthy. They need playmakers more than they need a quarterback. So like I think Odunze would be a good pick for the Giants. But because like Daniel Jones sucks. And I didn't really like Daniel Jones when they picked him, but like Daniel Jones didn't have to suck as bad as he did. Part of the reason he sucks is because the Giants didn't put a team around him. So is taking JJ McCarthy gonna help?
I mean, McCarthy's a guy you sit for here, I think. So that might not be the worst idea or worst fit for him there in Washington.
Then why are you taking him with 6th overall then?
That's the same pick they took Jones at too, which is ironic enough.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the other thing. Like what a absolute like mind fuck that has to be. If you're like, Daniel Jones, you're like, the 6th overall pick in the draft, and then like, you fall out of favor in a few years and you have to train the next 6th overall pick in the draft, who is going to be the guy who will like in a few years, people will use as proof that you're a bust, and you got to train that guy.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's gotta suck. But you know what? Shouldn't have gone to Duke.
Duke football, home of Ron Paulus, baby. Ron Paulus played for Syracuse. I should get that guy in the show, Ron Paulus. I haven't heard that name in a minute. you remember Ron Paul? You're probably too young to remember Ron Paulus. He played basketball for Duke, and he played quarterback for Syracuse.
He played basketball for Duke? Well, I really don't like him then.
Let's see, Ron Paul.
Like, I talk shit about the Duke football team, but like the basketball team's the one I really don't like.
Right.
Christian Laettner in particular.
All right, it says the Chargers are picking no trade, which means the Giants' patience paid off if they want a new quarterback. According to Schefter and Rappaport, the Chargers are not trading the 5th-round pick, so they'll probably take Malik Neighbors, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's my assumption. I have a Dunze going all the way down at 10 to the Jets, actually.
That is where they got him going to 9 to the Bears. Oh man, they'd be badass with the Bears. That'd be a good pick.
I got the Bears taking Byron Murphy.
Okay, it could work.
And then I got the Falcons taking Dallas Turner.
That's who Tankathon got too. I think you and Tankathon got the first same 8.
Might be true, yeah.
It's kind of consensus, though. I think it's kind of consensus. You look at most mocks; it's not many mocks varied from that.
I made my mock based on largely what I heard from fans of these teams. Because I don't have sources in NFL teams, so I don't really know. But I figure probably who knows better than me is the fans of the teams, because they're probably listening to all the talk and they've had all of the information. So they're probably not the experts on everything, but they're probably the best. If I want a synthesis of basically the entire draft season. And what the perspectives are for any individual team, what that team's probably going to do. The best bet I can get is probably to go to the fan base and ask them what they think, because the fan base has been embroiled in it over the last 4 months.
Oh yeah. All right, bro. Breaking news! Hot twist here. Breaking news: the Chargers are taking Notre Dame tackle Joe Alt at 5. Good pick.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Go to Albert Breer just right now.
I actually But like I said, I was thinking maybe tackle, but the guy I was thinking though, oddly enough, and I don't agree with this at all, but it's because what I thought was gonna happen. I thought they were gonna take J.C. Latham if they went tackle, but they're going with Joe Alt, who's probably the better pick. I just I don't necessarily think the Chargers are smart.
You look at health wise. 6'6", 342. That's a little obese. 6'8", 321. It's borderline muscular. So. If you're looking at athleticism, Alt's probably a little more, better athletically. But that's the first. God, Jesus Christ, the Cavs are down 96-61 at the end of the 3rd. Motherfucker, man.
Do the Cavs suck or something? I
Cavs won the first 2 games handily. They won them handily. I don't know where this is coming from.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't really follow the NBA. I've tried. Over the years, I definitely liked the Heat when LeBron was there because I was a salty asshole, and it pissed people in Cleveland off. So I thought it was funny because I was 15, No. When he went to Miami, I was more 18, but still, might as well be 15. But yeah, my team growing up was the Seattle Supersonics, and so I've just been pissed off and salty ever since.
I remember this.
And everybody's like, "Why don't you be an Oklahoma City fan?" Because fuck Oklahoma City. That's why.
Right. I never had any love for Oklahoma City the way they took the Sonics, just how they took the Brownies. No way. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. No. I see. That's the thing. I'm all generally my perspective on other sports is whatever my perspective would be from a Cincinnati perspective is generally my perspective. But even on that, there are certain things that matter more than rivalries to me. I do not like it when teams move from cities because they're part of the fabric of that city. Even 6-year-old me, or however, let's see, what was it 96? Is that when the Browns announced, or was it 95 when they announced?
95. I was a senior in high school, and then 95 was a big transition year for me. I graduated high school. Went to the service, and the Browns left. And the Indians won the first pennant in fucking 37 years.
I was 4 years old.
And I got my first DUI that year in 1985, too.
Well, that's not good.
Well, shit happens, man. You can't change the past, Yeah. That's a big old, do you regret that? I didn't kill anybody. I can't change the fact I got caught. What do you want me to do? I mean, can't cry for spilled milk.
I mean, No judgment. It's like I will. That is a very bad thing, and nobody should ever do it.
Right? Yeah, I don't do it now. You know,
I'm not gonna lie. I've done it before. Like it was bad. Don't do it. But anyway,
if you are gonna do it, close one eye and then focus on that right yellow stripe. All right, and hold the right lane. Go about 57. I'm just playing. I'm playing.
Yeah, but also don't do it.
Right.
For the sake of the fact that we're on my channel right now, I don't want to get like taken down. Don't.
Right, totally. All right,
Joe's over here like, dude, I'm on. Like, my channel's fine. Like,
all right, right here it says, in recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading QB Justin Herbert. Per league sources, the answer was very quickly a flat no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Like,
yeah.
Like you'd have to give up the farm to go get somebody like Justin Herbert. Like, you know, and I know Justin Herbert he's not like, you know, Mahomes or Allen or Burrow or, you know, CJ Stroud or whatever. Like, you know, he hasn't quite developed up to that level, but I mean, he's still like, you know, a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And you gotta like for a young top 10 quarterback in the NFL, you got to give up like a lot to go get a guy like that.
Who is the Chargers' existing wide receivers? That's a good point. Eclectic Beard brings up. Who's Herbert going to now?
Well, so I know they have Josh Palmer. That's the only one I can think of because like they got rid of what's his name, right? Mike Williams. Like he's been gone, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Keenan Allen's still there, isn't he?
No. Keenan Allen got traded to the Bears.
Okay.
That's why I was saying
Mike Williams was there though, right? They kept Mike Williams, I think, right?
I thought they got rid of Mike Williams like a year ago or something like that. I could be totally wrong. I felt like I remembered that. According to Our Lads, which is I find the best like depth chart projection service. So Quentin Johnson, the guy they took in the first round, and then there's Josh Palmer, and that's it. So they also have some guy named Simi Fehoko and Darius Davis.
All right, breaking news.
They have 4 receivers on their roster right now.
All right, the Giants at number 6. The Giants are taking LSU wide receiver Malik Neighbors, going at 6 to the Giants.
Yeah, well, you see, this is what happens. So like this is the problem with mock drafts, and I mentioned this. I mentioned this in my Bengals mock draft, but like once you get the first one wrong, like they're all wrong after that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So like that's the problem. Like I mean, I'm sure I'll still get like a few right here and there from now on, but like all of the reasoning is wrong because the board's completely different now. So you said the Giants are taking Neighbors.
Yep, Malik Neighbors to the Giants at 6.
That's a good pick. That makes a lot of sense. Like I wouldn't have liked JJ McCarthy here because like the beard guy was saying, that like you need to put talent on that team because you're just going to run JJ McCarthy into the ground if you don't put talent there. So I like that pick.
All right, so you're sitting here at 7, and you're the Texans. You or not the Texans, the Titans. Do you trade back here, thinking somebody maybe wants McCarthy? I mean, the next couple picks.
Yeah, maybe. But like
the Falcons ain't taking them. The Bears ain't taking them. The Jets, that'd be an intriguing pick. The Jets take, to be the replacement to Rodgers, but I don't think they're gonna do that. So
this could be like Falonga too.
Yeah.
Like I think he'd be, but I also think like they probably want somebody who's more of a left tackle too. So I mean, this could be Fatanu. Like I had him going to the Saints at 14. So I mean, this could be Fatanu if they stick with the direction I think they're gonna go. But you're right, they could trade down. Somebody who wants to go get McCarthy. But like I honestly also like I wouldn't be shocked to see like McCarthy and Nix fall out of the first round. Like. It's weird, but
Will Levis. Remember Will Levis last year? Kind of like that,
yeah. I'm sorry, I had 5 quarterbacks going in the first round, not 6, but 5 still. I don't think that's happened. No, it did happen. 1983, like the John Elway draft. I think there was 5 picks, and like it's the only other time it's ever happened.
Yeah, I remember 99. I remember when I talked with Ricky Williams, he said he wanted to be the Browns. He wanted to go to the Browns.
I remember 99. That was the worst year ever as far as the draft goes for the Bengals. That was the year that the like, speaking of Ricky Williams, the Saints offered us literally their entire draft plus some picks from like future years, like some high picks from future years, and we were like, nah, we want Achilles Smith.
Right, Achilles Smith instead of fucking an extra pick every round
for like, like. And it's like, the other thing is we didn't need a quarterback that badly. Like, Jeff Blake was fine, like Jeff Blake was like probably the best quarterback we'd had since Boomer. So I don't know. I wish we would have stuck with Jeff Blake and never touched Achilles Smith. I wish we would have gone and gotten him some like weapons or something, I mean, I'd have to go back in that draft to really look, but like the fact that we took a quarterback was dumb.
Oh, for sure. All right, we're waiting to see who you take at 7. Let's see. I might have to take a pee break here in a second.
Okay.
I'll wait till this.
What do you even cut? Because like during the season, like during when I'm streaming games, I call it P for the D. For like it's the Tom Grossi thing. What do you call it during the draft?
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to take my draft pick to the podium, I guess.
P on the GM.
All right, it says the Vikings, Albert Burr writes, the Vikings could now get McCarthy at 11. The Broncos may have the biggest threat to jump in front of them. Otherwise, he probably gets there. Ooh, that's intriguing. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. I said the Vikings at 11 because McCarthy, like 4 quarterbacks were already off the board. I had the Vikings taking Johnny Newton, the 3 tech out of Illinois. But if McCarthy's there, they'll take McCarthy. Like, yeah, I know that. I'm almost positive about that. They'll take a quarterback if the right one's available. But I also don't think at 11 they'll reach for like Penix,
Right. All right, let's see if we got any updates. Nothing yet.
See if Albert Breer has anything to say.
Yeah, I'm just constantly.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see that tweet that you were talking about. The Vikings can now get McCarthy at 11.
Yeah.
The Broncos, but like I feel like I don't know, like from reading the tea leaves and whatever, I feel like it seems to me like the Broncos really like Penix.
So let me ask you something too. Did you follow Achilles Smith after he left Cincinnati? Did he go to the Chargers at all?
I am friends with Achilles Smith on Facebook, actually.
Oh, because he just tweeted out, definitely want neighbors, but it does start in the trenches. #Go Bolts.
No, yeah, he's a Chargers fan.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Chargers fan. Yeah, he's also a turd. Like I don't really like him. The only reason I'm still friends with him on Facebook is because of the novelty value. I'm like, dude, that's Achilles Smith. He accepted my friend request. That's weird.
Oh, yeah.
Now this happened when I was like 17. So obviously now being 31, it's a bit of a different like energy. But I'm also not gonna defriend him because he says wild stuff sometimes.
Right. He had his Instagram hacked and it was some fucking thing and they couldn't get it fixed for the longest. It was great. I was when Facebook. I was on when I first Facebook first came out when I was in college in 2004. Like I remember the date it dropped at Kent because they used to list the dates it was coming to every different school, right? And it finally came to Kent, and I got it like the week it came out. And then back then, you could just friend everybody. I was friends with like JJ Redick, Tyler Hansborough, just a bunch of random athletes I was, requested. It was funny as hell. All right, here we go. Breaking the Titans are taking Alabama offensive tackle JC Latham at 7. So you were probably right there. Boom.
That one.
Good job. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna go take a leak.
Okay, cool. All right, so JC Latham. Now, I want to point out about JC Latham. I thought I've been hearing that people are really high on him. Let me go ahead and actually Latham, offensive tackle out of Alabama. Alabama. So JC Latham, I've been hearing that people are a lot higher, have been a lot higher on him in recent weeks, and I think that's insane. I do not think I was thinking like I'd be happy with JC Latham with like pick 49 for the Bengals, but like oh my god, it's in the top 10. He is not a top 10 player. People, what the hell? I mean, like he's good. He could be very good for the Titans, but. That is, I have not understood because JC Latham's stock has been skyrocketing, and I don't get it. Like Like, if the Bengals had taken him with the 18th pick, I would have been like, okay, I guess if that's what you guys want to do. But I would have been really underwhelmed, you know? Catch up with some of these league neighbors to the Giants. Yes, he was. Mikey says, I got the Titans taking Olu Fashanu. Well, they took a tackle, but not him. They got Palmer. Yeah, Palmer and Quentin Johnston. That's pretty much it. Mikey, I think you were not here when I mentioned earlier, but I do remember talking with you about Joe Mixon. I was very surprised that the Bengals actually traded him. It was a very non-Bengals move to make. I didn't think they were going to release him. I thought they were just going to keep him on the team. It felt like the thing the Bengals were going to do, but I don't know. They've been doing a lot of non-Bengals things, like things that the Bengals wouldn't normally do lately. So, but I'll be honest. I did not expect that to happen, and I was very, very sad when it happened. But I also think it was the right move. I totally get it. It was the correct move. Sucks that we couldn't get more than a 7th round pick, but he's probably not like, you're probably not going to get much more than that for like an older running back. Even if they're a really good running back like Joe Mixon. But honestly, I think the fact that they got a 7th round pick is literally just because they were about to release him and the Texans were like, yo, y'all are about to release him, right? Like, if you want, we'll send you a 7th round pick. It's more than nothing. You can have a free 7th round pick, and then we just get exclusive rights to Joe Mixon. So I think that's kind of how that went down. It was weird though. It sucked. It was unfortunate, but I think it was the right move. Joe Mixon's getting older, and I don't know how much longer he's going to have tread left on the tires anyway. Mikey says I have the shits. Oh, the Falcons. Okay, taking Dallas Turner. I also have them taking Dallas Turner. Next pick, I am expecting to be Dallas Turner, but again, the thing is, like, once you get the first pick wrong, then they're all wrong. You might hit on a few of them, but like the board's completely different now, because you got there's just guys who were gonna be available who aren't available now. So yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. That was a weird show. I remember when our show ended, I got locked out of my phone for a day. Oh no, that sucks. You got locked out of your phone for the whole day. Ugh. If I got locked out of my phone for a day, I'd like punch a wall. I think. I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't need to be on my phone, but it's just like not having access to it would be a huge problem in 2024.
Well, my phone is, you got so much double off 2FA shit, you kind of have to have it. That's why your phone, yeah. I think personally we have too much stuff on the fucking thing, It's
yeah. Like everybody's life is on at this point.
Right. It's ridiculous.
Who do you got the Falcons taking next?
Most of these mocks say Dallas Turner. I would say, I think that's you got two. I would say that's probably a safe bet. Potential trade down here.
That's who the Falcons fans seem to think they're going to take. So that's who I think they're going to take. But it could also be who was the other guy that Chop Robinson, I heard, was a guy that Falcons fans think the Falcons might be targeting too, which would, I feel, be a big reach. But then again, reaches are based off of where NFL teams value these players. And if teams are taking guys at 8 overall, then there might be other teams who think that guy is worth a pick that high. If that's your guy, you go get your guy. And you don't.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, don't let him fucking wait. And if there's a guy you like, you think he's going to do good, you go get the motherfucker. 100%.
Apparently the Titans added Tony Pollard.
I didn't hear that.
Tony Pollard is in. Who the hell is the Cowboys running back then?
Oh, Rico Donwittle, maybe. Rico Dowdle, is that his name? Dowdle. The real short
dude. Speaking Chinese to me right now.
I think his name's Rico, isn't it? Rico Dowdle.
I don't know. He might be like the backup or something, but Tony, they don't have like a guy there at running back right now. JC Latham. All right. Well. Oh wait, I already knew that. Never mind. We are this feed is so far behind real time. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what EB was telling me. Yeah, let's listen to us and watch the chat because we'll drop them in the chat because the feed itself is ridiculous. Peanut. No way.
Yep.
Okay, stop.
So hey, there's part of the value of watching us is we'll tell you who the picks are faster.
Holy fuck! Breaking news! The Falcons
What?
took Washington quarterback Michael Penix Jr. I'm not lying. My Albert Beer just dropped it.
Really? Wow, that's
Michael Penix Jr. to ATL.
That's okay. That is okay.
Wow.
I did not see that come. With Kirk Cousins?
Fuck.
Like with Kirk Cousins there? Really? Like what was the point of going and getting Kirk Cousins?
Dude, that is Penix Jr. a dual threat at all? He's
got a big arm.
Wow.
He's mobile, but like his big thing is he's got a big arm and like he's accurate and real big with stuff like that.
Wow. Well, dude, it's like they got him Cousins on like a 3-4 year contract, and fucking Penix is already 24. What are they thinking here?
Yeah, I don't know. That kind of reminds me of when the Browns took who was that one like elderly citizen that the Browns took in the draft that one year?
Brandon Weeden.
Yeah, Brandon Weeden. 28 years old. My God, I was 28 years old a few years ago. Like, come on.
Right. Isn't that wild that they drafted a 28-year-old quarterback in the first? It was because of that stupid video. The NFL fucking quarterback statistics thing releases video of Brandon Weeden just throwing footballs and breaking these clay pigeons. And it went viral. And the Browns fucking were like, there! Yeah, pick that guy. And we did it the next year when the fucking homeless guy told him to draft Manziel. It was fucking horrible.
Well, there was also I don't think they needed a homeless person to tell them to draft Manziel. I think they were already drafting Manziel because back then Johnny Manziel screamed Cleveland, because Cleveland loved personality and they didn't really actually care if football was being played. They just wanted personality.
Oh yeah, they want somebody with the swagger. I got a football group chat. My one buddy's a Falcons fan, so I'm waiting to see what he says. This is gonna be great.
I am floored. I wasn't even thinking quarterback for the Falcons. Like I wasn't even maybe on in the fourth round or something like that. You're going and getting a guy to give you some Kirk Cousins insurance, but not the next guy. Holy crap. Is this because of the tampering thing? Are they just mad at Kirk Cousins now?
I don't know, man.
What the hell?
I mean, I didn't even have him going in the first round. I mean, Jesus, this is insane right here.
Mikey is a Saints fan, by the way, and he is loving this. When are you going to realize ATL sucks? Well, I already knew that, Mikey. When am I going to realize that? I already knew that. The Falcons, the Falcons are a joke.
And now the Bears get Rome Medusa if they want. That's pretty amazing for the Bears. I like that pick better.
I had him going defense, but yeah, what's up? Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Wow.
I'm going with England in a week.
Insane, dude. I still can't believe this.
Yeah, that is. I can't tell. That's one of the most shocking draft twists in years. Honestly, I haven't been that shocked by a pick. I mean, possibly since and this is a first round pick. I haven't been this. I can't tell you the last time I was this shocked by a top 10 pick. But the last time I was this shocked by a pick was when the Eagles took what's his name, their current quarterback.
Oh, Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, yeah, because they had Carson Wentz, and at the time Carson Wentz was seen as an up and coming great quarterback because he had that great season.
Insane.
Mikey's got the Bears taking Rome Odunze. That's fair. I had them taking Byron Murphy, but they could totally take Rome Odunze. For me, I'm thinking the Bears want to put together a complete team around Caleb Williams, and they really need to shore up their defensive line. Because right now they basically got Andrew Billings as like the guy in that role, and I mean he's been doing better for the Bears than I guess he used to do for the Bengals, but I think if the Bears really want to compete, then they need to if they got 2 first-round picks like this, they need to spill it out. They've got receivers there. They've got DJ Moore. They traded for Keenan Allen. They got Cole Kmet. He was one of the better up and coming tight ends in the NFL. So they might. I've heard a lot of people saying they're going to take a wide receiver or something like that, but I just don't think it doesn't seem like the best move to me. But then again, maybe that's the reason why the Bears would do it, because the Bears are dumb.
All right, breaking in the Bears. The Bears are taking Rome Medusa at 9. So
all right, there we go. The Bears are in fact as dumb as I thought they were. Again, I like Odunze. I don't think he's the best pick for the Bears.
Okay. Was he the guy who ran the 4.21? Who was that?
I don't know actually.
I think that was Nduzue. Hold on. That is fucking wild. Oh, it says 8 picks, 8 offensive players, first time ever. 9 picks, 9 offensive players, first time ever. Wow, think about that. The first fucking pick, the best defensive guy could be there at 10 or 11. Hell, he might even drop to 12. Who knows now? Might go to 13. 14, shit. Who knows? This is going to be wild here. This is going to be a fucking upcoming funness. I like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the league's becoming more and more of an offensive league. It's obvious that, at some point this was going to happen, but I don't know. I feel like the Bears really need to work on their defense right now, but at the same time, it's also kind of crazy that Rome Odunze and Michael Penix, who kind of made each other's careers, get taken back to back like that. Okay. It's kind of crazy that they get taken back to back like that. I'm not sure who's more responsible for whose success. I think Odunze is probably the guy because Penix has some consistency issues. But yeah, I don't know. I guess if Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase were in the same draft class, it probably would have happened like that too.
For sure.
I was actually thinking in that draft class because I was like, how cool would it be if the Bengals could get Justin Jefferson in the second round, and then you got because there's no way on earth. You got some news?
Yeah, breaking news. The Jets are working a trade, so we're probably gonna have a trade with the 10th pick.
Okay,
if I was to guess, the Broncos jumping the Vikings to get a quarterback, maybe to get McCarthy. What do you think?
Yeah, with Penix off the board, McCarthy's the guy they'd take definitely for sure.
And they want to
because that's the thing. I think the Broncos would have been happy with either, and that's probably what they were probably waiting on Penix to get on one of the two to be taken, and then they were probably going to trade up and get
that's what he said. Albert Breer, the Vikings have traded up to 10. Okay, so the Vikings are picking at 10.
Oh, the Vikings are trading up to 10.
Yeah, so Minnesota going to the Jets by number 10. So we have to assume this is McCarthy, but let's wait.
I mean, I would guess.
They come out with Bo Nix or something. Yeah, I can see what the compensation is here. Probably like a second round or third, fourth round or something. They're only jumping 2 spots, so it's not a bunch. And the fucking Jets are like, whatever, we can still get Bowers at 12 or 13, wherever the fuck or 11.
Well,
no, they're only moving up. Wait, are they moving up 1? Yeah, the Vikings were at 11, so they move up 1 pick. That makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You say that wait a minute. Well, no, I mean, I think it does make sense though, because if you're worried that you were originally saying the Broncos, right?
Yeah, I want to jump the Broncos, but yeah, they're literally just swapping picks with the Jets here.
The Vikings, probably what the Jets did is the Jets were got probably an offer from the Broncos, and they probably called the Vikings and they're like, "Hey, do you want to beat this? Do you want to beat this?" They're probably trading up for McCarthy. And the Vikings, I guess so.
I'd be shocked if this wasn't McCarthy. We'll probably get it here within the next minute. I'm going to type in the chat just to get ready for it.
They do have a stacked wide receiver room. That's crazy. Like Caleb Williams is going to have fun in Chicago, even if he doesn't develop like I was thinking he would. Caleb Williams is going to have fun in Chicago throwing to those wide receivers.
All right, so the terms of the deal are the Jets get 11 and 129 overall and 157 overall for 10. And this is late round pick swaps. Basically got a 4th and a 6th for a 7th. So no big deal on the picks.
So I had the Jets taking Rome. That might be part of why they traded down, because I think they really wanted him. And with him gone.
Yeah, they got Danny Parker. He's a big Jets fan. He's seeing Rome. But we got to see who they haven't officially picked McCarthy yet, but we got to assume that's going to be him. So we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, new post. Let's see, nothing yet.
Fuck.
What happened now?
I just thought about it, but I think the Jets are going to take Brock Bowers. Fuck.
Oh, that would be nice, right?
Not for me.
Bowers the hog.
That'd be a great guy to pair with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah, right. Like Bubba Frank's back in the day.
Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe they'll take like Fuanga or something like that.
Never know.
I have Fuanga going to the Raiders, and it's not like they just drafted Michael Myers or Michael Mayers a few years ago, so they're not going to take Bowers too.
All right, yep, it's official. The Vikings took McCarthy at 10.
All right.
According to Albert Breer.
This is really wild to me because, like, you know, a few. Hold on. I got to remember how to type before I talk. A few years ago, not a few years ago. What am I saying? Like at the beginning of, or like earlier on in this draft process, like even after he won the national championship, JJ McCarthy was seen as like, you know, a 3rd round draft pick maybe. And just out of nowhere lately, he's suddenly shot into like the top 10. Like, you know, people had him above like Penix and stuff, and I'm just
there's still a contingent of NFL. There's still the NFL thought process of, you know, you get a drop back style traditional quarterback and an old school offense. You know what I mean? Not this spread bullshit they run in the Pac-12 shit like that. So then that's why I think McCarthy did go up, because the other guys are more spread quarterbacks as opposed to the traditional, you know, drop back style. So that's probably why McCarthy went up like that. I would imagine.
Yeah. And Caleb Williams being an air raid quarterback, it's like, you know, there's so little you can really tell with that. And what's his name? Not just Caleb Williams, but Penix too. Being an air raid quarterback, it's like, how much can you really tell about? Because like when anybody tries to run an air raid system in the NFL, it gets shut down pretty quickly. Like that's the kind of thing that only works in college.
It's the first time 5 quarterbacks have went in the top 10. That's the first. And also the Cavs is a final. Orlando 121, Cavs 83. That is the worst playoff loss in Cleveland Cavaliers history.
You know, here's the thing. That pick, that JJ McCarthy pick, and trading up to get him, that I think was a ploy to try to appease Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, for sure. Because you got to have somebody throwing not whoever it was going to be. I don't even know who the quarterback was they have now before this guy.
Gonna be JJ to JJ.
Still no defensive players have went. Still waiting on the first defensive player off the board. And with the Jets picking at 10 or Jets picking 11, you got to think that's probably Bowers. And then from there, I mean, who knows? You still got a couple other tackles and whatever that could go. So we'll see.
Well, it might be Bowers. I think there's a good chance it could be Bowers, but it could also be like, you know, an offensive lineman, right? I mean, they lost Mekhi Becton. So I mean, it could be Fuanga. I don't think it's going to be a defensive player though. It's going to be an offensive player, and it's most likely it's either going to be Bowers or Fuanga. I'm almost positive it's going to be one of those two, unless they trade. Maybe they trade. I don't know.
Keep moving back like the Browns did in what was that 2005 when they traded back like 4 times in the first round. We didn't have actually used the pick at a center. It was a decent center, I think, if I remember correctly. That was that. Oh God, what was the guy who played for? He started with the Browns and he was a Pro Bowler with another team. I can't remember the fucking guy's name. All right.
So, do you think Bo Nix goes in the first round now?
I mean, if
4 quarterbacks in the top 10, good God.
Right?
We have officially hit insanity, I think. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I get the value of quarterbacks, but holy crap. Like, do we just not admit that other positions exist in the NFL?
Right? I mean, geez.
Like, my God. It's getting out of control.
Well, I mean, if the Broncos would have to take him at, who else you got? I mean, you got Bo Nix. I mean, the Broncos. Do the Broncos take Bo Nix here at 12? I mean,
well, it feels taking Bo Nix in the top like 12 feels desperate as hell.
Right? Like, I mean, you could get him in the second round at that point. You know? I mean, it's you're not.
Yeah, but maybe you can't because the Broncos need a quarterback, the Raiders need a quarterback. Let's see. I could almost like in the second round I could see it the Seahawks maybe, but definitely not the first. The Rams probably could too. The Steelers probably need a quarterback.
Pittsburgh Nation would fucking freak out if they drafted a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to, but like they probably need one. Anybody else? Buccaneers probably not. The Buccaneers seem like they like Baker.
Yeah, I think Baker's there to stay for a while at least.
Maybe the 49ers. Because like who's their quarterback right now? They got the Mr. Irrelevant, right? So I mean the 49ers could always be a surprise team to take a quarterback, really.
I think from what I've read in the Niners, they're pretty much gonna guarantee a huge contract to Brock here real soon, probably making the highest paid quarterback in NFL history. I mean, because just for the simple fact he was drastically underpaid for these past 3 or 4 years, so there's gonna be some compensation. You know what I mean? And so I wouldn't be shocked if fucking Purdy got a $350 million contract coming up here soon.
Dude, this is what I'm saying about valuing quarterbacks just getting out of control. Brock Purdy, who is a serviceable quarterback, but Brock Purdy is Andy Dalton, bro. Like, oh my God. Like, you're really paying Andy Dalton like that. Like we gave Andy Dalton a bunch of money, but we also structured it in a way that it actually was a lot less money than it seemed like at the time. And it was over like quite a long period of time, and we definitely didn't even pay him all that money anyway.
Dalton, I remember you guys said Carson Palmer.
Well, we made Carson Palmer the highest paid quarterback in NFL history at the time. But I mean, Carson Palmer was like the guy back in the day. Like when we gave him that money, Carson Palmer was regularly considered like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and so with the 10th pick in the NFL draft, the Minnesota Vikings, who are just now coming across my screen, what do you think it is, Joe?
McCarthy.
Yeah, that's. I am not surprised at all by the Vikings taking McCarthy, but I am still floored that the Falcons took Penix.
All right, breaking. The Jets are taking Penn State offensive tackle Olu Fashanu.
Okay, so that was I thought it'd be Fuanga, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. If it's not Bowers, it's going to be a tackle. So, yep, Fashanu. That's also partially based off of my own interpretation. Like I think, other than Alt, especially if you're going right tackle, I think Fuanga is the best tackle in the draft. But then again, maybe the Jets want to go with a left tackle. Like, I mean, I'm thinking replacing Mekhi Becton, but maybe they want a left tackle. And if you're going with left tackle, then Fashio's the guy.
Well, it's wild too because that makes it 11 picks in a row, and now the Broncos are on the clock at 12. So do they make it? They got it. They're going defense here, right? No way they don't go defense. Byron Murphy, something like that. I mean, it's I'd be shocked if the Broncos didn't go defense here.
Yeah, they could. They could get Bowers too. I've heard a lot of talk about them and Bowers. But it's just like you have no idea where Bowers is going because you know why people he may fall to the Bengals and he may even fall farther than the Bengals because it's the opposite of what we're talking about with quarterbacks. Because there's so much value in having like a great quarterback on a rookie contract, and it's the opposite with tight ends because tight ends don't get paid like they probably deserve to get paid, honestly. So getting a tight end on a rookie contract you're not really maximizing the value of that first round pick.
Oh, for sure. Unless it's somebody you really like, you're never going to take a tight end there, really.
Yeah, especially because who are the guys who we've seen break out and be like the best tight ends in the NFL, right? Like Kyle Pitts has not turned into that. Now that's not entirely Kyle Pitts' fault, but we're talking about like Travis Kelce, who was like, what was he, a second or a third round draft pick? You've got George Kittle, who was picked in like the 6th. Dallas Goedert. These are the guys who are the best tight ends in the NFL, and they always take a few years to get going anyway. The last tight end I can think of who was picked in the first round who turned out to be really awesome was Tyler Eifert. And, there was a bunch of injury issues with him that, made him not really quite live up to as great as he could have been.
The Broncos take Nix, fire the GM. Yeah, I would be shocked if Nix did go there. But we'll see. We're waiting. I follow Ben Albright on Twitter, and he's usually into the thing. So let's see what he drops here. If what's his name doesn't drop it first, Breer.
Yeah, seems like Breer's been the guy to follow lately. Jets are taking Fashanu. Okay. Atlanta shocks it. Dude, even the Atlantic is like everybody is absolutely floored.
Right. Like, my goodness.
Yeah, that Atlanta took a quarterback. Creative inspirations with Angie says, "Cheers, Kyle and Joey."
Yeah, she's in our community. She's just how we hang out and shit. She's just one of the people.
Oh, there you go. Cheers, Angie.
Angie's a cool people. She's coming out for the comedy show in May 18th. All right, we're waiting on the 12th pick of the Broncos here.
Just for you, Angie. Angie says cheers, so I got a Saunders You Betcha. It's my favorite beer.
Nice. There you go.
There you go.
I know. I have no idea where these coffee cups come from. I just, I think this is my mother-in-law's coffee cup before she died, and we just inherited it because I would never buy a coffee cup that says "Hey, beautiful" on it. Maybe the wife bought it. I don't know, dude.
Mikey mentioned Mikey's getting really excited about 14 and the Saints, and I gotta say, I thought Fashanu was Fashanu, however you pronounce that. I thought he was going to the Saints. So now, I don't know who the Saints take. Like Graham Barton, maybe they could reach and take him a little bit. Maybe Fuanga. I feel like the Saints want more of a left tackle. But I don't know. We'll see. Who do you think, Mikey? Who do you think the Saints are going to take based off of the board right now?
Holy shit! Breaking. The Broncos have taken Oregon quarterback Bo Nix. Goes to the Broncos at 12. Wow.
What?
Swear to God, Bo Nix.
Bro, this is getting out of control. This quarterback thing is we could see 6 quarterbacks taken. Somebody else is going to want a quarterback at some point.
That is 6. That's 6 right there.
No, that's 5, isn't it?
No, it's 6. We had 5 in the first 10. That's number 6 right there.
Oh, well, we could see 7 then.
Get to Spencer Rattler territory. I don't know about all that. There's no way, right?
Well, is he the next guy on the board?
I would say, yeah. Let me check the rankings here. Best available standby. Best available QBs.
Yeah, I guess it is
Rattler, Michael Pratt, Kedon Slovis, Jordan Travis. I haven't heard of half these guys.
Keaton Slovis. There's no way Keaton Slovis is Keaton Slovis isn't even draftable on my board. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, yeah. I mean, it would be nuts to have Spencer Rattler go in the first round. But the way things are going, I mean, dude, you know what? Before the Bengals extended Jake Browning, I was in a lot of my mocks, I was taking Michael Pratt in like the 4th round to be because I was thinking, oh, maybe we could trade Jake Browning and flip him for a pick, which would be awesome because we got him undrafted. And then you go invest in backup quarterback in like in the 4th round or something like that, like we did with JJ McCarthy, and that worked out really well.
Still, no defensive players have been taken. Isn't that wild?
Bo Nix. Now, look, I like Bo Nix. Bo Nix reminds me of Drew Brees. So that's actually there it is. That's why the Broncos took him, because Sean Payton, Drew Brees. That's it right there. I'm shocked that they didn't trade down or something though, because good God.
All right, so the Raiders are at 13. They got to. What do you think they're doing here? They got to go defense. No, I mean, do they take?
I have them taking Fuanga.
That makes sense. Oh yeah, there's no tackle. Okay.
Yeah. That's who I have them taking now. I'm not super. I haven't quite kept up with. I should probably go put my board together. So let's see. We got what the hell? Oh, okay. I see what it's doing. Okay, so remaining board available. Quinyon Mitchell, maybe.
Yeah, according to ESPN, the best overall right now is Dallas Turner, which would be a great fucking pick. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Alabama cornerback. Laitu Latu.
The Raiders need everything. Honestly, they're a mess. I think Fuanga fits them the best, but I mean, it could be Johnny Newton. You know, it could be Johnny Newton. It could be Quinyon Mitchell. It could be Cooper DeJean.
That'd be wild if we went that early. First defensive player off the board, a white cornerback. It'd be insane.
Well, yeah. I mean, he is generally ranked pretty high though. The fact that he always falls into like the 20s is, I think, kind of weird. I've seen him fall as far as the 2nd round, which I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I would doubt he lasts till the 2nd round, but this has been a wild draft. So,
in my opinion, the best corner in the draft is Quinyon Mitchell, but Cooper's pretty solid. Like, I mean, no mixing words there.
Bo Nix at 12, dude. What the actual fuck? 6 quarterbacks going in the first 12 picks. You're never going to see this again. You've never seen 6 quarterbacks go in the first round, much less the first 12 picks. This is insane.
Per Albert Breer, this happened in 1983. I don't remember that. I thought it was 5 quarterbacks in 83. Because it was Elway,
Kelly Marino, Elway, and I don't know who the other. I'd have to pull up the 83.
Well, there was the Jets guy.
Oh, Ken O'Brien. Okay,
Ken O'Brien, yeah, and then the 5th guy. I can't remember the 5th guy off the top of my head, but like Albert Breer's saying it was 6.
Yeah, Schrager just said 6 quarterbacks go in the first round. Okay, wow. Man, I'm gonna die if the fucking Raiders take a quarterback here, dude. I'm just literally gonna die.
Like you said, it's like, I mean, the next guy on pretty much every board is Rattler, who was at one time projected to be the number 1 overall pick. Don't forget. But I mean, other than that, you've got like Michael Pratt, and then it's a complete drop off after those two. You're dealing with the Jordan Travises and Joe Miltons. And then you're there's only, in my opinion, there's only 4 draftable quarterbacks left in the entire draft.
Yeah. I mean, the rest are just
you got Rattler, Pratt, Travis, Milton. For me, that's it. Maybe Carter Bradley.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie and say I've heard of most of those guys beyond that. I mean,
also, like, Keaton Slovis is good. I wouldn't like if somebody picks him up in like the 7th round. That wouldn't be a terrible thing. I don't know if I would do it. Jason Bean, that's another guy. Jason Bean has been shooting up draft boards lately. So I mean, if somebody takes Jason Bean in the 1st round, I'm just gonna quit. Like, just quit everything. Like, I'm gonna quit YouTube. I'm gonna go back to working at FedEx. I'm just gonna I'm gonna call up my professor tomorrow. I'm gonna be like, dude, I can't do it. I can't do it. They took Jason Bean in the 1st round. I have to quit school now.
Well, was there anybody you went to high school with that played D1 or got drafted?
Yeah, Preston Brown.
Okay.
Bengals linebacker, got drafted originally by the Bills in like the 3rd round. He was pretty good for the Bills. Came to Cincinnati, he was terrible. But me and him were in the same graduating class in high school.
Okay. I went to school.
I actually briefly played against him in middle school when I actually played football.
I went to there was a guy named Delbert Cowsett. He went to high school with me. He was in my class. He went to Maryland, and he ended up playing for the Redskins for a couple of years. And when I was in high school, I didn't get in the game. But when I was a sophomore, Joe Jaravicius, former Penn State wideout, played for the Browns, a couple other teams. He was on the other team, which was pretty fun. I'm sure there's a couple other guys. I just can't remember. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Waiting on the 13th pick. Let's see who the Raiders are going to take. I haven't got any official word yet.
Yep, I haven't either.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Brock Bowers to the Raiders, 13. Good pick. Good
you
pick.
Bastards. You bastards. Okay, fine.
Good pick.
Well, Brock Bowers to the Raiders. That is dude, they got Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. Like, what are they? They're just like they're spending all of their 1st round picks on tight ends. Like that feels like a very Raiders thing to do, but it's also maybe kind of a stupid thing to do. I don't know. Oh God, who do I want now? I mean, Fuanga would be pretty cool if he fell to us. Byron Murphy, I mean, he made it farther than I thought he was going to get, so maybe we get Byron Murphy. I don't know. Man, I wanted Brock Bowers. You bastards.
Bowers is a hog, bro.
Dude, he's good. He's good. He's gonna go to Las Vegas and rot there, unfortunately. I mean, he's gonna have, like, right now he's got Jimmy Garoppolo throwing him the ball, right? Poor guy. I really want to
13 offensive picks, bro. That's still not one defensive guy off the board yet. This is madness.
This is pretty crazy.
So now the Saints are up. Who we got in the chat? We have the one guy that's a Saints fan, Mikey. Who you got, Mikey? Dallas Turner. That'd be a good pick for those guys.
I had Turner. He wants Turner. Okay, yeah. I had him taking Fasha now, but he's gone. So I mean, the next best left tackle in the draft is, I think, maybe Graham Barton. No, Troy Fatanu. That's who's the next best. So I mean, I think this is a little early for Fatanu, but it could be Fatanu here. If they go offensive line, they might not, just because of the way everything's going. But Dallas Turner seems like it'd be that'd probably be a good move for him.
All right, so who got 14? Who's up? The Saints, that's right.
Update my pick now and be very salty. Goddamn Raiders took my tight end again. I wanted the Bengals to get Michael Mayer too. The Raiders again taking my goddamn bastards.
Jimmy Garoppolo throw it to him, right?
Right, yeah. Poor guy. That sucks. Be a lot cooler if it was Joe Burrow throwing you the ball, huh? Sucks to suck.
So, with that being said, do you think the Bengals go defense here? What's your take?
It frankly depends on who's available. Because like I said, Fuanga would be a really good fit for the Bengals, I think. but they need a DJ Reader replacement. So if Byron Murphy falls, I think they'll take him. But I've heard a lot of talk about
MVP out of nowhere. So be right back.
All right.
You can keep making the point though.
Yeah. So I mean, but that's that. So Byron Murphy. That's my the next guy on my personal board as far as who I think is going to be possibly available when the Bengals pick is Byron Murphy. I would love to see the Bengals get him now that Brock Bowers is not a thing. But there's also the Bengals have also really like had kind of a love fest going on with Johnny Newton, so they could go with him. Either way, a defensive tackle would be great, even if Johnny Newton isn't as much of the run stopping defensive tackle as you might want. But like Taliese Fuanga is a guy. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce his first name. I'm like 75% sure that's how you pronounce his last name, but I think he'd be a good fit at right tackle for the Bengals. Amarius Mims is a guy who's got a lot of upside, just not a whole lot of tape. So I think it's probably going to be offensive or defensive tackle most likely for the Bengals. But just depends on who's available, really. Got Gardner Minshew throwing him the ball. Jimmy G is a Ram. That's right. I forgot. Jimmy G's in Los Angeles now. And so he's got Gardner Minshew throwing him the ball right now, which honestly might be a better option than Jimmy Garoppolo, really. I think my daughter gave me bronchitis. Very unfortunate. But any updates? God, I'm so pissed that the damn Raiders got Brock Bowers. Man. Not that I thought I thought it was like possible that he could fall to the Bengals, but not super like, it was like a dream scenario that Brock Bowers actually falls. So unfortunately not. Joe, to finish answering your question, I already told them, but I mentioned Byron Murphy to you, but defensive tackle in general, the Bengals have been looking at a lot. They've been having this love fest going on with Johnny Newton, so that could be the guy at 18. He's looking like one of those two guys is definitely going to be available at that point. But if not, it's either going to be offensive or defensive tackle for the Bengals. It's going to be one of the two. The only like weapon they would have taken to that spot is Brock Bowers. They're not going to take like what's his name, Brian Robinson. They're not going to take him at 18, I don't think. Could be Amarius Mims. Could be Amarius Mims. I don't know.
I've read they're not trading the pick, so the Saints are going to pick here.
Okay. You think there's any potential that the Browns trade up into the draft in the first round?
0. Unless somebody wants Newsome that bad, I 0% chance. I mean, the only guys realistically we can move for a first round pick is Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett, and that's not fucking happening. So,
yeah. Do you want to get rid of Newsome? Like Thomas seems to like Newsome.
He's coming into a contract year, so I don't know. I mean, he laid an egg in the wild card game, so I mean, we'll see. I don't know.
By the way, updating what we were talking about earlier, Mikey mentioned it, but Jimmy G's actually in Los Angeles now. I forgot he went to the Rams, so it's Gardner Minshew as the quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. They're going to start the year with Gardner. I mean, he's not bad. I'm not going to hate him.
He's better than Jimmy, I think.
Yeah, I would say it's a good statement.
Yeah.
And he fucking sells tickets. He's just a fucking fun guy, Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, well, not when he took my fucking tight end. He's not. I honestly, though, I thought if anybody was going to take a tight end, it was going to be the Broncos. And then they panicked and took Bo Nix. So I guess whatever. Man, the Raiders were like the last team that I was like, if he makes it past the Raiders, I think it could happen. And then the fucking Raiders, god damn it.
My group chat said for me to quit spoiling shit with Twitter pics. Well, fucking get on Twitter, you bastards. I like knowing right away. I just don't like waiting for these giant commercial breaks. I like knowing who's there. I mean, I think the Saints are still. This is the Saints are still picking. I mean, this is quite deep into the clock here. So I don't know. Could be a trade. We'll see. I mean, they're probably going back and forth between offense and defense.
Who said to quit spoiling the picks now?
Oh, this is my football group chat. This isn't us.
Oh. Sucks to suck.
Right.
Honestly, I'm glad that you're telling me because like I'm way behind as far as like the video feed goes. Man, I'm still in shock that the Falcons really pulled that shit.
Hey, it makes no sense.
Like, why would you go get Kirk Cousins? And why would you pay him that much?
And then you have the guy with the 8th pick. You know, you could have the best defensive player in the entire draft, but you take a backup quarterback.
The only thing is, I think Jordan Love has proved that it is a valid strategy to.
All right, we got to pick for the Saints. We got to pick for the Saints.
Okay.
They're taking Talise Fuaga from Oregon State.
Damn it!
14 in a row.
Taking all the guys I want. Damn it, Mikey. I figured they could go.
Players in a row. Wow.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and update that then.
Well, that's a good pick for those guys, right? They solid linemen, right?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense for them. They need some offensive line help.
6'6", 324. That's a good height for a tackle.
The good news is there's 3 picks before the Bengals, and there are 2 defensive tackles left on the board, so I think the Bengals will probably get one of them.
Yeah. All these picks and that one defensive player, man. It's why half the draft is almost over. We have one defensive player yet.
Yep.
That just goes to show you.
It's possible the Bengals might end up being the first team to take a defensive player, honestly.
That'd be wild.
But they could also very well. I've heard a lot of talk about Amarius Mims, so that they could do that.
Yeah, you're looking at guys like Terry and Arnold, Latu, Jared Verse, Graham Barton, Cooper DeJean's Cooper DeJean's gonna be a fucking marketing god, bro. First white corner in 20 years, I'm telling you. That'd be insane for the fucking Bengals there.
And yeah, the fact that Cincinnati's probably the place to market, like, oh, we got white cornerback. Yeah, Cincinnati's probably the place to do that.
Right, you guys got a lot of solid white defensive players. Sam Hubbard, Hendrickson. Maybe imagine that trio on a poster with the defense, bro, with Hubbard, Hendrickson, and fucking Cooper DeJean. That poster to sell the fuck out. White lightning and shit. Hell yeah.
See, the problem is the last time we took a guy who was like known more so for like this fun fact about him than he was actually known for playing football. We took John Ross, and that didn't work out at all.
I remember John Ross. I got on. I remember I had a comment that went viral because like somebody said, "Oh, this is the anniversary of John Ross running the 4.22," and I was like, his career peaked right here. And then,
yeah, yes, it did. Yes, it did. He had like I think 3 or 4 catches in his career with the Bengals that were like mattered.
Reminds me of Darius. Remember Darius Hayward Bay came out of nowhere that one year, got drafted real early. That's who he reminds me of.
He got drafted real early because literally just because the Raiders were fascinated by fast players. The Bengals didn't take John Ross because he was fast necessarily. The Bengals took John Ross because they wanted a deep threat, and they figured a guy who was really fast could be a deep threat. But the problem is he was bad at football. So that'd be like, I run fast, Joe. But I don't think I would be a very good deep threat in the NFL.
Not at all.
I don't think I run 4.2 fast. But I think I probably run faster than like, Johnny Newton or like Andrew Whitworth.
Maybe one of the kickers too. You never know. My days of running fast are probably over. I mean, some of the older legends I could probably be Namath, Marino in a foot race, but yeah, beyond that, not many. Well,
I probably am not as fast as I was when I was like, in my 20s, but I'd say I've always been faster than most people I know. So that's all I can really say.
Well, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't ran since 2018. I ran a couple times, but it was beyond that since I retired.
The eclectic beard has the Colts taking taking Dallas Turner, which I wouldn't be shocked. I had them taking Quinyon Mitchell, but in my mock, Dallas Turner was well gone by now. I think the first defensive player I had being taken was Dallas Turner, so for what that's worth.
Yeah, who did Tankathon have? Yeah, Byron Murphy. No, like Quinyon Mitchell was the first one they had taken.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's talented enough to be. I think that's who I have. That's who I had the Colts taking originally. The board is so completely different than what I had, though. So I don't even know who I would currently like what my reasoning would be necessarily compared to everything else. Okay. So what's the board even look like? You got Cooper and Laitu. I almost like
All right, best available. Let's see here. We got Turner's best available. Then we got Mitchell, Tyrion Arnold, Latu. I got to update this. This still says Bowers. Hold on.
If we're talking about potential, then Laitu is the best available. Like Laitu is by far way better than pretty much anybody in this draft. If we're talking about potential, he's just got all those injury problems.
All right. Well, we already had 14. Never mind. I was waiting on 15.
Laitu almost feels like a very Dolphins pick. It's just, I don't think he makes it to 21 necessarily. But then again, he could. But right now we're on the Colts, and the Saints took Fuanga. Now, did Mikey say anything about it? I'm curious.
I think he said he liked it.
Mikey, yeah, he says he likes it. He's happy with it. Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. I'm kind of I'd say I'm sad that he's not there for the Bengals, but honestly, the fact like the only guy I got that excited about was Brock Bowers. Outside of that, it's just like it's not an exciting draft.
All right, the Colts are taking Laitu, so he's gone. First defensive player off the board.
I thought that was. I certainly thought that was possible. Laitu was. I felt like Laitu could have gone top 5 if he didn't have injury problems. All right. Edge player out of UCLA. Arguably probably the best, like the highest potential defensive player in the draft, and arguably maybe the highest potential player in the entire draft regardless. It's just, you're never going to outvalue quarterbacks.
Right.
At least wild. The top quarterbacks.
It says Laitu is an outstanding hand fighter who slips blocks and gets in the backfield and closes the wall, whether he's rushing the passer or defending the run regardless of where he lines up. He recorded 34 tackles for loss and 23.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons. So not bad stats on that guy.
Oh yeah, he's nuts. He's got really bad injury problems. That's that's the reason he's falling. That's the only reason. If it wasn't for that, he'd be seen as like, you remember when there was like that string of like guys like Clowney and Myles Garrett. And like, these guys who were like the edge defenders were seen as like the top of the class type of guys. And it was that way for 4 or 5 years straight. Laitu would have been a guy in that type of like Myles Garrett type of mold if it wasn't for the injury problems.
Oh yeah. All right, it says Laitu is the first defensive player off the board, and most guys I talked to said he had the best tape of any edge rusher in the draft. The question is medical with him. His neck condition is considered to be like Leighton Vander Esch's when he came out.
Yeah, but he actually Washington made him retire. Like they forced him to medically retire. And UCLA was just a little bit more lenient on it. But Washington, I think it might have been concussions maybe, but Washington was basically like, no, you can't play anymore. You're too much of an injury risk. And then UCLA was like, "Oh, come play here." But that's the thing. If I'm right, it is. If I'm right and it is concussions, then one more concussion in the NFL, that guy might not ever play again.
I just don't want fucking Cooper DeJean to go to the Steelers, dude. I don't.
I don't think they would. I mean, they already took Joey Porter. They got Joey Porter Jr. They got Minkah Fitzpatrick. I don't think they would take another defensive back.
All right, so
it's like with why I don't think he's going to go. Like, people have talked about him going to the Bengals, but our DB room is so crowded as is. Like, why would we take a guy like that, especially in the first round? All right, so who we got next? We got the Colts.
Seahawks are taking the Colts.
Oh, right, because I forgot to update. The Colts took Laitu, right?
Yeah, so we got the Seahawks.
Finish updating that.
The Seahawks.
You know what? Actually, I actually had the Seahawks taking Cooper.
Okay, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, he feels he's a very, like, you know, I don't know how you put it. He's kind of a he's a guy who can kind of like do everything that the Seahawks do. Really, he feels like he kind of fits them like a glove. Really, you know, like he's got, you know, like size. He's smart, and you know, the biggest knock against him, from what I understand, is that he's just not as physical of a player as you would want. And the Seahawks, you know, the NFC West, not always the most physical division outside of, like, you know, in the mid 2010s, you know, you had that Seahawks 49ers rivalry that got a little black and blue. But I mean, in general, like, you know, it's really more of a, most of the time, it's more of a finesse division. So you want a guy like Cooper DeJean to come in there and, you know, be a little bit more of a finesse cornerback.
So we're waiting on the Seahawks. The Seahawks will probably go defense here. I don't see them taking an offense, but we'll see.
I can't imagine they would take offense, especially not with the way the board is. Like, almost all the best players available are all defensive.
Literally, fucking, there's only one defensive guy off the board, and you're sitting there at 16. What a great fucking spot to be in. What a great spot for the Bengals, right? If you're looking for defensive help right now.
Well, they're looking for defensive tackle help, and like I said, there's 3 picks left before the Bengals, and there's 2 defensive tackles who are worth a first-round pick. So they'll most likely have one of them available, unless the Colts and the Seahawks, or the Colts and like the Jaguars. But I don't see that happening necessarily. Like, maybe one of them takes Newton. I think maybe the Jaguars could take Johnny Newton, but I don't think both defensive tackles are going to go to 2 AFC South teams.
They said they broke an attendance record for the draft, 275,000 in Detroit. That's I don't know about actually going tomorrow. Well, I'm still going to Detroit tomorrow, but I don't know if I'll go to the draft itself. I'll have to play it by ear. Mm-hmm. I mean, I got to talk to Hernan, see what time we're going to leave, because I wanted to go up to Canada real quick just to see if I get in there. But then after that, hook up. But I might leave a little later. I don't know. We'll see. I got the whole day off. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably just end up going to the bar or something. Because I don't know, but I'm not trying to stand with 250,000 people, bro. That's not happening.
No, for sure.
And my buddy's got a tailgate, but even with the discount code, it's still like $80, and I don't drink, so it's like, why the fuck am I paying $80 for some food? I can just go to the fucking Longhorns and get some food. And this will be the halfway point of the draft.
Yeah, it will be, actually. Yeah, 16. I think out of all the guys left on the board, I think I would want Byron Murphy. I just hope he makes it. But the problem is, if him and Johnny Newton make it, I think the Bengals might go with Johnny Newton. So we'll see. But I just like, really honestly, the like in my mock, I actually had all 3 of the next picks being cornerbacks. So I had Quinyon Mitchell to the Colts, and then I had Cooper DeJean to the Seahawks, and then I had Terrion Arnold to the Jaguars.
That makes sense. That's what all the other mocks had him going to. Steelers should be. Oh, never mind. You guys writing should be.
Yeah, I had the Steelers taking Graham Barton.
I just don't want them to get DeJean.
Well, if I'm right, they won't have the opportunity, but we'll see.
Should be getting the Seahawks pick any second now, I would imagine. They've been talking to this guy for a fucking hot minute.
Yeah. Like I said, if he can stay on the field, that's a hell of a pickup for the Colts. But again, the worry is that like one more injury, and he's probably got to just retire from football entirely.
That would suck, right?
Yeah.
Neck injuries and shit. I'm glad I never had like a neck injury or back injury, anything like that.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, still waiting on the Seahawks. Haven't seen nothing from Twitter yet. Yeah, it's like that every draft, Ellen. It's like that every draft, bro. It's they got to fill the time.
Well, the Seahawks pick is in, so we'll see what happens.
If it's in, it should be out here. Burr should have broke it. The Seahawks are taking Byron Murphy, defensive tackle from Texas. So
damn it! I didn't see that one coming. I didn't think that was a consideration for him. God damn it. Well, that's what happens when you pick 18.
Right, so
honestly, like, I'm starting to get to the point where I'm almost like, let's trade down, But then again, we have 10 picks. Like, what do we really need more picks for?
Right.
Okay, well.
All right, so up next, we got the Jaguars.
Jaguars, I hadn't taken Terrion Arnold. But that was also with the assumption that Quinyon Mitchell wouldn't be there. Or Cooper DeJean. So, I mean, either of those two guys, like, it's going to be corner, though. I'm almost positive it's going to be corner.
Yeah, all the corners are still on the board. No, I think every last one of them still there. So,
I just did a simulation on PFF for this one pick. They seem like they think that the Jaguars are going to take Quinyon Mitchell, which I would actually agree with. Probably Quinyon Mitchell since he's available. I had him taking Terrion Arnold because obviously Mitchell wasn't there.
Right.
But Mitchell, which means the board available to the Bengals would be Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Terrion Arnold, Troy Fautanu, Dallas Turner. Basically a bunch of guys who the Bengals probably wouldn't bother with. Basically, for the Bengals, I think, based off of the current board, it would be between Johnny Newton and Amarius Mims. And I think they'd probably go with Johnny Newton. But you never know. And the reason I say that is because they need, after losing, what's his name? DJ Reader. After losing DJ Reader, they need another defensive tackle. They signed Troy Brown, so we don't really need a right tackle right now. It'd be a good idea to draft one and develop a guy. But, again, since, Fawanga isn't there, J.C. Latham's gone, basically all of the right tackles that you really feel great about are gone. Maybe Amarius Mims. And it's also nice because, you can have Amarius Mims, sit and learn behind Troy Brown. But not Troy Brown. What's his name? Trent Brown. Troy Brown was the wide receiver for the Patriots, right?
Yeah, he played cornerback too a couple times.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the Jaguars do here, but almost certainly for the Bengals. It's gonna be between Johnny Newton and Amarius Mims. Can't imagine they'd take Fautanu. This doesn't really seem like a guy who would fit with what the Bengals are trying to do. a little bit of a out of left field thing, but like on the off chance that the Bengals are like, not vibing with Trey Hendrickson right now, they could always go with like a Dallas Turner.
Right. He was projected to go top for a lot of people. So
yeah, I mean, I don't think they would do that because I don't think they are fazed by Trey Hendrickson. And I think honestly, Trey Hendrickson's kind of BSing a little bit anyway. I think he knows he has no leverage, and that's part of why he's doing what he's doing. He even mentioned he was like, "I'm considering retirement." Like, no, you aren't. Shut up.
Oh,
You're
here's
not
part
considering retirement.
Here's the moment of the program where we masturbate over the military for fucking 4 minutes.
Yeah,
I can say that as a vet, people. I can say it as a vet. It's always over the top. I mean, these flybys cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's of taxpayer money. I don't know, man. It's pretty wild. There was something I was gonna say. Oh, it says the Steelers really want Quinyon Mitchell, so they say they're gonna take him if he's there at 20.
Oh God, that's not good.
Oh, there's a trade. There's a trade. The Vikings are trading with the Jaguars, so the Vikings have the 17th pick.
They're taking Johnny Newton then.
The Vikings have traded the 23rd pick and the 100 and no, okay. The Vikings have traded pick 17 for 23, 167, a 2025 third, and a 2025 fourth. Okay. All right, so they traded up from 23 to 17. They gave him a fifth, a third, a fourth.
Okay.
All right, Byron Murphy went to the Seahawks. I think we already knew that.
Yeah. So I think this is probably going to be Johnny Newton. Damn it! All the guys I wanted gone, except for Amarius Mims, which I'm kind of like I'm not thrilled with Amarius Mims. I'm okay with it.
All right, we're standing by in the Vikings pick. I don't know yet.
See, when I did my Bengals mock, I traded up, and this is why. Because, like, you risk everybody who's on your board being gone. But then again, I don't know what the Bengals board is. And I also don't know what the Vikings are doing. Maybe they're trading up for Quinyon Mitchell.
Well, I mean, when you draft so late, dude, it's a crapshoot. Oh, here we go. It's offense or Dallas Turner goes to the Vikings. Dallas Turner.
Okay. So then I'm guessing the Bengals will probably take Johnny Newton then.
Yeah, the Bengals are on the clock now. The Bengals are on the clock.
All right. Well, that's a good pick. That's a good pick because, like you said, Dallas Turner was projected pretty high. So to get him at 16, that's not bad at all.
Not at all. So we're waiting on the Bengals.
But as we are aware, the Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock, and that is the most important pick of the entire draft.
I mean, honestly, yeah, because I mean the Browns don't have a pick, and half the panel is Bengals fans. So yeah, I would agree with that statement.
There you go. All right.
These are purposes of local. Pick? Right. Purposes of the local. I'm going to keep refreshing until I get the Bengals pick, and then we'll get a live reaction from Mr. Phelps over here. Whoa, what happened to Kyle? Still there, buddy? We are still live, I would assume. The square table. Oh, no, we're live on the Kyle Phelps Variety Hour. I'm your host, Joey Edibles. There we go. Well, we welcome back Kyle to the Kyle Phelps Variety Hour.
I didn't miss the pick, did I?
No, not yet.
I can't imagine I did, but all right. So the available guys include Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, which they could take Quinyon Mitchell. I wouldn't, that'd be interesting, especially despite the Steelers. That'd be pretty funny.
Right. But I want to see the Steelers get DeJean though. That's the only reason. This is going
to be Quinyon Mitchell or Johnny Newton or Amarius Mims. I bet you anything it's going to be one of those three.
I would imagine it's Mims. I guess see here though.
That feels like the Bengals type of pick to make, yeah. Which I'd be cool with because like Mims has like top 10 tape. It's just the problem is he's only played like 6 games. Well, my son's in bed, so I'm not going to be able to give you all the reaction I really want to, but.
Well, I mean, you don't have to totally completely scream. I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't really like do whatever, but
Yeah,
you'll get a reaction from me. If they take like Jared Verse, then I'll probably just leave the room, honestly.
All right, we're getting close. We're getting close, brother. We're getting close.
All right.
It's gonna be beating a mile a minute. This could change the face of the franchise right here with the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals are picking. We're still waiting. Still waiting.
I'm gonna my guess is Johnny Newton. That's gonna be my final guess.
All right. I'm hoping it's Dejan, but we'll see.
Well.
Still waiting. Still waiting. I haven't seen the Brewer post yet. All right. Do you think a trade down is in play here?
Could be. I mean, I think the board's so thin at this point that I don't think they necessarily would. But I mean, like, maybe they could trade down with somebody.
Oh, you got it. Georgia tackle Amarius Mims goes to the Bengals at 18. So there you go. You got Mims.
There we go. All right. Yep. I'm cool with that.
6'8", 340.
The only concerning part about that is he's not really going to contribute year one because you got Trent Brown in there, right? So like you're taking Amarius Mims to be your right tackle of the future, but right now Trent Brown's the guy. I mean, unless I don't think they're going to pay Trent Brown that much to sit on the bench. I really don't. So I mean, but it could also be like who was it? I saw the Eclectic Beard mentioned something about with needs at tackle and guard. So I mean, you could play Mims at guard for a little bit, but I mean, you'd be playing him at like left guard because I mean, you're not replacing. Why can't I think of his name? The right guard, the guy we got from the Bucks.
Oh, 100% can't remember his name.
Alex something. I don't know. But like you're not replacing him. It'd be Cordell Volson you'd be replacing, which I think that would also be unfortunate too, because he's a good player.
So right now,
but then again, like I don't know.
Hey, this is the first pick for the LA Rams in like 7 years or some shit. It's ridiculous. The first round pick, I should say.
Yeah, because they traded away everything for that one Super Bowl. Which again, I guess if you win a Super Bowl, then by all means.
I would do that in a fucking heartbeat. I'd trade 10 years.
Absolutely, I would.
Shit.
I like first round picks be damned.
Don't let me be the fucking GM for a year because I'm mortgaging the entire fucking future. I'm drafting on steroids, bitch. I'm getting my championship.
Yeah, see the problem is that has to work for it to like be a good idea. Right, otherwise, it's a terrible idea. Like if the Rams hadn't won a Super Bowl, they'd be seen as a laughingstock.
Oh, for sure.
JJ and Dallas Turner in Minnesota. Yeah, that's crazy. Mims will help massively on that O-line and keep Burrow upright. Yeah, he will. My concern is he might not in year one. Now they could do the Andrew Whitworth thing, like you were mentioning. They could do the Andrew Whitworth thing where they play him at guard early in his career and then eventually kick him out to tackle when the position opens up. But I don't know. It's a little bit of an underwhelming pick because he's probably not going to contribute right away, and if he does, it's going to be at a position where he's probably not the best fit at. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's more flexibility with Trent Brown than I thought.
Well, I mean, you can't never offensive lines like pitching, dude, in baseball. You can never get enough offensive linemen. I mean, last year with the Browns showed it. I mean,
that's the other thing. I mean, big reason why the Bengals lost the Super Bowl was because their offensive line was in shambles by the time they got there.
Yeah, you almost have to have a 7-8 deep rotation because people get hurt, people move up. I mean, I don't know what the Browns are gonna do. We still got fucking Jack Conklin, and we got fucking DeJuan Jones. I mean, it's a good problem to have, but I don't know who the fuck they're gonna start. All right, waiting on the Rams at 19, and then the Steelers are up, and that's the one you're going to get a fucking reaction out of me if the fucking Steelers get the shot. Well, they'll get Quinyon Mitchell if he's there at 20.
And I'll be pissed if they get Quinyon Mitchell because that's a hell of a player. Pairing him with Joey Porter Jr., he ain't going to be able to throw the ball against them. I'd honestly rather them see get Cooper. I had him taking Graham Barton because I feel like they could still fix that offensive line, but
yeah, that's a good point. EB just made Donald retiring. They could be looking tackle. Who we got at tackle? Let's see. Big board.
I had him taking. He's not available, but I had him taking Laitu Latu. For that reason, not that he's a tackle, but well, I mean Johnny Newton's available, and he'd be a perfect Aaron Donald replacement. I think he's built like Geno Atkins, but I had him taking Laitu Latu because of because of the pass rushing thing more so than like trying to directly replace Aaron Donald. But yeah, I mean this could be Johnny Newton.
(6'1", 304. Jersey Dan Newton. Is that how you say that, Johnny? JER''ZAHN?
I think he goes by Johnny.
Okay.
But I think it's like Jerjan or something like that. But I think he goes by Johnny.
All right. Still waiting on the Rams. We got a long-ass commercial break here on YouTube TV. Everybody must be fucking redoing the phones at ESPN or something.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If we're taking Amarius Mims, who I just don't see contributing much in year one, we better go get like a guy who's gonna be a big contributor in round two. That's who we got. We got to be targeting. I'm not like it's got to be like Ruka Rororo, or it's got to be like one of these like maybe a wide receiver. Honestly, like especially with Tyler Boyd gone. Although then again, Tyler Boyd hasn't signed anywhere. We could always bring him back. Got anything from Albert Breer? Nope, nothing yet.
Yeah, still waiting on the. So we're caught up with the. Well, I mean, they're about to announce the Mims pick on NFL Network. So we're caught up with everything here, I think. I'm waiting until the Steelers pick. I'm going to take a quick leak again. Once I break the seal with this coffee, bro, it fucking goes right through me. But it is what it is, man. It keeps you from drinking.
Honestly, I probably have more of a problem with drinking coffee than I do with drinking alcohol.
Yeah, coffee's good, right? It's just a nectar of the god.
Well, that and just because I used to be such a night owl, and I really kind of am in a lot of ways. So, but because I have to function in the mornings, the only way I can possibly do that, the reason I started drinking coffee on a regular basis is because the person who is now my wife suggested, because we met at a company where we were driving trucks, and I was not very good at driving those trucks. And part of the problem is I was just so tired in the morning that I couldn't focus. So she was like, well, maybe you should start drinking coffee. I started drinking coffee, immediately became way better at my job.
And here Rappaport with the tweet the other night, he goes, the Rams are on the clock. It's been 84 years.
It sure has. They're taking 84 years to pick, too.
Right. Jeez, dude. Get this fucking pick in, Rams. Let's go. This has been a lot longer than 10 minutes. Fuck out of here. They took the clock away. They didn't have the clock up there.
I think I would describe my reaction to Amarius Mims as I am extremely whelmed.
Rate it 1 to 10, in your opinion.
Considering who was on the board or just in general?
Yeah, consider who's on the board. I mean, you can't take. I mean, they're not going to trade ups. I mean, consider who's on the board. I'd rate it.
Considering who was on the board, I'd rate it like a 7. It's like considering what I was hoping for, it's like a 4. But considering who was on the board, it's like, I guess I don't know. I would have traded up. I did that in my mock. I traded I gave who was it? I gave the Broncos. I gave them 18, and I also gave them 80 like the 3rd round pick, because we have 2 3rd-round picks. I gave him pick number 80 and 18, moved up to 12, and I took Brock Bowers.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it costs much to move up this draft. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, dude, if that's what it cost to, like, I mean, what it's like 6 picks, so we maybe even could have given up less. We could have given up 97. Hell, maybe we could have given up 115 to move up. And I mean, hell yeah, like, I mean, with 10 picks in this draft, would I give up a 1st-round pick and a 4th-round pick to go get Brock Bowers? You bet your ass I would. But again, I don't know what the Bengals are thinking. They might not be on as high on him as I am. You know,
well, the Rams are taking their sweet fucking time.
They sure are.
Well, they're not used to this, I guess. So I mean, makes sense.
Well, that, and I mean, considering the state of the board, they might just have no idea what to do. Like,
yeah,
you know, I mean, like I said, I had them taking. Well, actually, I take that back. I know exactly what they should do. Wait a minute, no, never mind. He's not available either. Yeah, I don't think they know what to do because like the board kind of sucks right now. Like, I mean, maybe Johnny Newton, maybe, but I don't even know if he's a fit with the Rams scheme.
Do they trade? They might trade. Who knows? We'll see. It'd be wild if they traded, right?
Not as wild as the fucking whoever trading up for
for fucking Michael Penix. Well, he didn't trade up; he was just there. But
no, yeah, that no, but somebody else traded up.
It was the Vikings, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Vikings trading up for
McCarthy. Or
yeah, I was a little surprised by that, but especially because it was just 1 pick. But like I said, I think what the Jets did is I think they got an offer from the Broncos that they liked, and they called the Vikings. They're like, "Hey, can you do better?"
Oh, 100%, 100%.
And so, you know, that's probably what happened.
They maybe even lied to him, like, yeah, we got a lot of interest. All right, here we go. The pick is in. Who is it? I don't see. Steelers are on the clock, it says, but
yep.
I don't see what the pick was for the Rams. Stand by. Stand by. If anybody sees a Rams pick, drop in the chat. But I've seen Steelers on the clock. Oh, Jared Verse is saying in the chat. Okay. So Jared Verse to the Rams. So you got to think that that means the guy from Toledo is going to go to the Steelers 100%. Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah. Damn.
Right? That's shit, right? Fuck. Steelers better.
I'm really surprised because like Albert Breer still doesn't have the pick.
Yeah, which is wild. Crazy. Oh yeah, there goes. The Rams are taking a Jared Verse. Breer just dropped it. Okay. Defensive end from Florida State University.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good pick for them. They need to shore up their pass rush after losing Aaron Donald. Yep. Damn, the Steelers are really going to get Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
Damn. That sucks. They need to, though. I mean, they're in a division with Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and maybe Deshaun Watson. I'm not sure. What are your thoughts on Deshaun Watson, by the way? Like,
I mean, you're kind of stuck with him, so like, regardless of what you think, I mean, it doesn't matter. But I mean,
well, I know he's. I know he's
traded back. The Steelers have traded back supposedly.
Thank God. Oh, thank God.
So somebody is going up for Mitchell. You got to assume.
I would think so. Yeah. Did you see what they traded back for?
I haven't got that yet.
Wow. Breer just got the Verse pick.
Oh, geez.
He's falling off.
Filippone reported the Steelers traded. I cannot see who they got, though. Unless he's saying that unless he's just, wishing it. He might be just wishing it. I don't know. Stand by.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any information about the Steelers trading.
Just Filippone wishing. Never mind then on that. Steelers are not trading up supposedly. Oh, they might still. Who knows?
Yeah, it's possible.
But Mitchell would be a good pick here. I mean, I've seen other Steelers. I follow 2 of the Steelers guys on Twitter, and they both like Mitchell.
Yeah, because he's the best corner in the draft.
Still in the corner you go yet, huh?
Man, yeah. I don't know. I'm excited about the upside of Amarius Mims. I don't know. I'm having trouble getting really like into it, you know.
You know, like you said, you never go wrong with line depth, and he'll probably start some point this year. You would think.
I mean, I'm sure he'll play, but like, I mean, if he does, then you're not playing Trenton Brown, who you paid a lot of money to.
Well, like you said too, they might move him to guard. You know.
Yeah, they could, but then you're like Alex Kappa. That's his name. You're not playing Alex Kappa, who is probably one of the most reliable offensive linemen you have, or you're cutting into Cordell Volson's development for a guy who you're just going to turn pull to right tackle at some point anyway.
Sixers beat the Knicks, game 3. Those keeping home at keeping score at home. So far, a lot of the series is the home team has won. As soon as the Steelers make this pick, I'm gonna fucking take a leak. And fucking Rams bullshitting for an hour and a half. Fucking really get this coffee popping. The last first round pick the Rams had was Jared Goff. Isn't that wild?
That is weird, yeah, because he doesn't even play there anymore. By the way, Jared Goff is another great example of why this fascination with like every quarterback who's halfway decent is crazy to me, because like Jared Goff was the number 1 overall pick, and I don't know a single person who thinks he was worth that.
They traded up to get him, if I remember correctly.
I think so, yeah.
Because the Browns had 2, and that's when we traded out for Wentz. Or that's when the Eagles drafted Wentz, I should say. Still waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers to make their pick at 20. And then your boy's going to go fucking leak a leak. It should break any second now. This giant fucking commercial.
According to Zach Taylor, Amarius Mims is expected to work both at left tackle and right tackle for right now.
So probably just be in the rotation. Not hating on the.
It'd probably be a good idea. It might help cut down on everybody's injury if you have multiple guys rotating. But then again, that also like messes with chemistry too. So I mean, I don't know. It could be like, I mean, he's very talented. It could be. Also, I just want to point out that the Bengals are the Bengals tackle room is absolutely massive. All 3 of the Bengals tackles are 6'8". And they're all like Amarius Mims is the smallest one at 340 pounds.
Jeebus.
Like Orlando Brown is 345 and Trent Brown is 355.
Yeah, they put a lot of money in that line, bro. Well, they needed to. I mean, that was the big.
That was the reason it was the reason we lost the Super Bowl, frankly. Yeah. Like, I mean, you can point at this, that, and the other, but the reason we lost the Super Bowl was the line.
Fuck with these. This delay. Let's go. Pick us in, it says on the screen. Let's see. I ain't seen anything on Twitter yet. Does the chat got anything? I swear to God, if this is Dejan, no. Okay, nothing yet. Come on, Twitter. Let's go. Embiid dropped 50. Fuck. Boy's a hog. Fatuanu to the Steelers. Fatuanu, is that a guy?
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says.
That actually kind of makes sense. I had him taking Graham Barton.
Okay, thank God it's not Dejan. Fuck. All right, so
thank God it's not Quinyon Mitchell.
Right. Also, yeah. Okay, so Troy Fatuamu, he's an interior lineman from Washington. Goes to the Steelers.
Yeah, he's really more of a tackle though.
Okay.
So I mean, like he's one of those like position like fluid guys, which makes a lot of sense for the Steelers. Like, I mean, they need somebody who could play both. I was thinking Graham Barton because like they really wanted like a center type of guy, but I guess I was in the right neighborhood. I just maybe Graham Barton isn't seen as high as I thought that teams were seeing him, but no, yeah, that's a really good pick for the Steelers. It's kind of once again a bit of an underwhelming pick because is the plan to try to build a wall for Russell Wilson and expect Russell Wilson to lead you to the promised land? You need weapons for that. And right now the only weapon you got is George Pickens. So I don't know. It's not a bad pick for the Steelers though. Not a bad pick. But I am thrilled that they did not get Quinyon Mitchell. That would have made me a very sad human being. Still no corners taken at all. With how much people value corner these days, I'm shocked that we haven't gotten a single cornerback taken. I am frankly, honestly, kind of shocked that no cornerbacks have been taken yet, just because of how heavily cornerbacks are favored and all of the hype that this cornerback class has gotten. I mean, not just Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, but Terrion Arnold too. Terrion Arnold. Nate Wiggins is a guy. Kool-Aid McKinstry has been kind of up and down the boards over time. I'm really surprised. I think you're going to get a run on corners really late. It's probably going to start somewhere around at this point, it's probably going to start somewhere around Arizona, but it might start earlier than that now because you've got the top end of the top end guys there available. So I mean, some of these guys are going to drop to the second round. I mean, we've seen people talking about Cooper DeJean possibly falling to the second round, and now that's a legitimate possibility. Quinyon Mitchell, I can't imagine him falling all the way to the second round, nor Terrion Arnold. That would be crazy to me, even though I had Cooper going before Terrion. But some of the guys I had in my mock, like Kool-Aid McKinstry, I still feel like he's a first round pick personally, but maybe not at this point. I had Enos Rakestraw going though to the 49ers at 31. There's no way now. There's no way he goes in the first round. That's just not happening. Just frankly not gonna happen now. So yeah, that is wild to me that we have not seen a cornerback taken yet. But Troy Fautanu to the Steelers, it makes a lot of sense because he's another guy like Mims. He could play inside or outside. He's probably more of an outside guy, I would think, but he could play on the inside. We'll see. But the Steelers need help on the offensive line, and it's not a sexy pick. But at the same time, I think if the Broncos learned a lesson, if anybody learned a lesson from the Russell Wilson saga in Denver, it's that Russell Wilson's not the type of guy who's going to carry your team. You got to build something around him for him to give you anything. So I still worry about the Steelers' lack of weapons personally. They got George Pickens, and that's about it. As far as real high end weapons for Russell Wilson to mess with. But yeah, if you give him an offensive line, then maybe. And honestly, that pick might be partially inspired by Russell Wilson because that's part of the reason he left Seattle in the first place is because they didn't build him an offensive line. So he's probably out there banging the table for it, especially after Denver.
All right, so we got the clock now. The Bengals or the Dolphins. Dolphins are on the clock.
I got the Dolphins taking, or I had the Dolphins taking Jared Verse. The edge defender out of FSU. As far as who is available, hit the wrong button.
Let me refresh as well for best available. Our best available, Quinyon Mitchell still on the board. Terrion Arnold, Graham Barton, center from Duke. And I saw a study, Kyle, that says first round centers are historically the best position to take in the first round. They pan out in second contracts as a center. And then Cooper DeJean, Chop Robinson. The next top 3-4 best guys available are mostly corners. We haven't had the run on corners yet. We got to assume that's coming soon.
Darius Robinson's a guy who I think might be underrated potential to go to a team that needs an edge player. So I mean, maybe I Jared Verse I think makes the most sense to me, but Darius Robinson, he might end up being the guy out of Mizzou. See.
I could agree with the Steelers comment there.
What was this? Oh, who said about the Steelers?
Oh, they just said fuck the Steelers. I agree.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I agree with that, Mikey. Yeah, for sure. F the Steelers. But I think Vitano's a good pick for him. To be honest with you, I think
he can play any of the line positions. It's saying so. I mean, once again, both the teams in the AFC North going for line depth. Can't go wrong with that. It's a grinded out division. I mean, you saw with the Browns last year how many linemen you needed. So I'm not going to hate any one of those picks.
Well, and you've seen the Steelers ever since Ben Roethlisberger left. Like they've been struggling to stay relevant entirely because they have no offensive line.
Says the pick is in on the screen for the Dolphins. Let's see if there's anything on Twitter. Not yet. All right. It says Cavs need to burn the film on Game 3. Never speak of it again.
Yep.
It's great film.
The Eclectic Beard thinks that they could go Chop Robinson, which might also be a decent pick that would I think fit. I think Jared Verse fits better personally.
Jared Verse is gone.
Is he?
Oh, the Dolphins are taking Chop Robinson, defensive end from Penn State. So
there you go, Eclectic Beard. You're right. Who did Jared Verse go to?
He went to the Rams at 19.
That's right. Yeah. No, you're right. Chop Robinson.
That's a cool fucking name. Chop Robinson, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Gotta look that guy up. Chop Robinson.
I'll be honest with you. Like, personally, if the Bengals were going to take one of the Penn State guys, I like Adisa Isaac a little bit better. Not better. I don't think he's better than Chop Robinson, but just for as far as like a fit goes, I heard some like Bengals fans talking about getting Chop Robinson with the 18th pick, and I'm like, I don't think he really fits our system very well. But no, for the Dolphins, that's a good one. That's a good one for the Dolphins. Okay. Chop Robinson.
Keep an eye on Troy Fautanu to play center for the Steelers, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I see him as more of a tackle, but or not a tackle, but like a in between those two type of guys. But like center feels a little too far inward to me. But I'm also not a coach, so what do I know?
All right, the Eagles are on the clock now. The Tankathon had him picking Cooper DeJean, so we'll see if who goes here. I don't think we still haven't had a cornerback go yet, huh? No secondary guys.
Well, yeah, no, while you were gone, I was mentioning how weird that is because cornerback's been so heavily valued for so long, and there are so many great cornerbacks in this draft.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think it could be Quinyon Mitchell here. I originally had him taking J.C. Latham, but that's because all the corner because Mitchell, DeJean, and Arnold were all gone. So.
Yeah, I mean, nobody anticipated that run on fucking quarterbacks to go so soon, and that defensive.
Not the way it did. No, not like I expected a run on quarterback. I had Williams, Daniels, May, and McCarthy all going in the first 6 picks, but for 6 guys to go that early that's wild to me.
Somebody's got to take Spencer just to keep the break the record.
I just I don't know. I feel like Spencer Rattler fell out of the first round pick conversation for a reason.
Oh yeah.
But who's left that needs a quarterback? Maybe somebody trade up, but like The Eagles definitely don't need a quarterback. The Vikings already got their quarterback. Maybe the Cowboys, if they're thinking about life after Dak Prescott. The Packers have a young guy in Jordan Love. The Buccaneers, we already discussed, they're sticking with Baker. I don't think the Cardinals are ready to pull the plug on Kyler Murray just yet.
This is his last year, no? You'd assume if he doesn't get to the playoffs, you're gonna kind of.
Well, yeah, but I think you're not like necessarily like taking a guy in the first round.
Oh yeah.
If you're still giving Kyler Murray a chance, then you still believe he has the potential to be the guy you drafted first overall. The Bills got Josh Allen. The Lions could be a guy. I think Jared Goff has been way better than you would have expected for the Lions, but he's also Jared Goff. So maybe you're thinking about like moving on from him eventually. The Ravens aren't going to move on from Lamar Jackson. Maybe the 49ers, but if you're right about them, planning on paying Brock Purdy, then they probably aren't going to go with a quarterback. And then the Chiefs are not going to go with a quarterback.
Right.
Most likely. I hope they do. I hope the Chiefs draft Spencer Rattler.
You might not see another quarterback go till the 3rd or 4th round, dude. I don't. If you're a team out there, would you spend a 2nd round pick on Spencer fucking Rattler? I wouldn't. That guy has no upside, in my opinion. I don't think he's gonna make a pro.
I don't think he has no upside. I think he's a douchebag. I think he's got plenty of like athletic upside, and he's got like talent, but I think he's overconfident, he's egotistical, and he's a douchebag. So like I wouldn't put him on my team, frankly. Like regardless of what round, I wouldn't put him on my team. But not everybody in the NFL thinks that way too. It honestly, you know what's crazy to me? Like Spencer Rattler feels like a Mike Tomlin type of quarterback, Like he feels like he fits that culture that Mike Tomlin's trying to build.
Oh, that'd be wild if they fucking took that guy.
That would be crazy because they got Justin Fields in there, and then they like went out of their way to go get Russell Wilson. Like it feels like because the Broncos, they took Bo Nix, but that was after trading for Zach Wilson. And then they've already got what's his name from the Raiders in there. Now I don't think anybody was expecting him to be their starting quarterback, but like why trade for Zach Wilson if you're going to take a guy in the 1st round?
Well, 7th round pick, whatever.
Well, yeah, but what are you expecting out of him?
A little camp competition, maybe. Who knows? Sometimes people get a change of scenery and it works. It's at the end of the day, 7th round picks barely even make the team, so it's like whatever. I never have problems trading 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, whatever. It's a total crapshoot. You get a guy with issues who dropped, or fucking somebody who's just drastically undersized, typically.
If Philly doesn't select Arnold or Mitchell, I'll be surprised. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a corner here. I agree. It's going to be Mitchell or Arnold. I don't think it'd be Dijon. I wouldn't be shocked to see Dijon fall to the 2nd round. I've been seeing that in a lot of mocks.
Yeah, I'll take him on the brownie shit.
You might get him.
I'll get that jersey made tomorrow morning.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that because when's y'all's first pick?
54.
Yeah, so he's not falling that far.
No, but if he goes to the 2nd round, you could always trade up.
Yeah, you could, but I don't think the Browns would trade up for him.
No, not at all.
I think you would, but you're not in charge of the Browns.
Oh yeah. There's a reason I'm not in charge of the Browns. Well, I don't have $1 billion. That's why I'm not in charge of the Browns.
That's why I'm not in charge of the Bengals. I've always told people like my life's ambition is to buy the Bengals one day. But here's the thing, like the Bengals are such a family business that like I would have to way overpay their value to.
Oh yeah. Well, by the time you got that kind of money, you're talking $5 billion, dude.
Well, even that, like, you probably have to pay more than that. And the other thing is, like, once you're getting into like those levels of money, I wonder if there's even a price that you could pay because like I mean like really what's functionally honestly like Joe, just be honest with me. What's the difference between $6 and $5 billion for one?
It's literally nothing. Right. Once you get $1 billion, anything over that's fucking total gravy.
Well, I feel like once you get over 100, like I think I've calculated it out. It's like the threshold is like once you have like I forget what it was, but it was well under $1 billion of like how much money. If you had that money, you could just do whatever you wanted for the rest of your life and never have to think about anything ever.
Literally, just give me a dividend. Shit, give me 150 grand a year in a dividend. I'm fine, dude.
Sure.
You know, especially if the VA's taking care of my health care. Fuck, I'm super double fine. I still haven't got this fucking pick yet. It's driving me up a wall. Let's see these guys take.
It'll be a corner.
Yeah, you would think.
That's you money. It'll be a corner. But then again, it's the Eagles too. The Eagles are weird,
right? They took Jalen. What's his name last year? Jalen Carter.
Yeah, that worked out for him though.
Right.
If it's not a corner, it'll be a defensive lineman because that's just a very Howie Roseman thing to do. Like I said, I had them taking J.C. Latham, but he's not available. And, you know, the best right tackle available at this point, because, like, the Bengals, I think, took the last.
Breaking,
right
we got
tackle.
it. Quinyon Mitchell is going to the Eagles at 22.
God damn it. That every year, the right? Eagles are like, how did you guys let us draft this player? And this year it's Quinyon Mitchell. God damn it. Well, the rich get richer.
All right, so Dejan needs to not go to the Ravens.
They won't take him.
I'm not even going to post on it because everybody's priority in bed.
I've got the Ravens. I've got the Ravens taking Jordan Morgan, who's a tackle out of Arizona. I don't think they're going corner. The next team I have taken corner now is the Cardinals. So
I think the Jags are up now because the Jags traded.
Oh, they could take corner. They could take Dejan, honestly. I think that'd be a good fit. You said they traded up?
Well, the Jaguars were at 17, and then the Vikings traded into that spot, and that's why the Jaguars.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh, yep. I think this could be Dejan, but it could also be Terrion Arnold because that's who I had them drafting originally. And honestly, probably a corner run's about to probably happen. You're probably going to see like 3 or 4 corners go in the next in the next 4 picks, not 4 picks, like 8 picks.
No, I mean if you look at the best available, they're pretty much all cornerbacks.
Yeah. You got.
Why are they going to Brazil? I don't even know.
I'm a little surprised that Johnny Newton still hasn't gone.
Droppity drop.
Well, you know what would be crazy? What if the Bengals traded back up into the first round with at least 10 damn picks they have? What if they paired a second and a third?
That'd
be nuts.
I remember when the Browns did that and they got Njoku back in 2017.
I'm not saying that would happen, but I would not be totally shocked. Or maybe not even trading back up into the first. Maybe they trade to 34 or 35 or something like that.
Right.
I would have done that for Tyler Guyton. But now that we have Mims, I don't want Guyton. I'm pretty much out on offensive line for most of the rest of the draft. I mean, maybe Cooper Beebe in the 3rd round or something like that. But I'm good on offensive line. We got enough offensive linemen now.
Oh, for sure. Browns too. I mean, I can see him taking a later pick, but the first, 2nd, 3rd round, it's probably going to be defensive help, wide receiver maybe.
Right.
They have a history of taking wide receivers in the 3rd round, so we'll see. I like that. I like Ladd McConkey out of Georgia.
He's just so small.
Yeah, you'll have to zoom it up.
Kind of reminds me of not to the same extent, but it kind of reminds me of what's his name from the Eagles when he was coming out. He was like tiny. He was like 180 pounds or something like that.
Oh, you talking about Deshaun Jackson?
No. The more recent guy. I think he played at Alabama.
Oh, jeez.
He played with he was like the guy who like in at Alabama he was like the complimentary guy to Jalen Waddle.
Oh, motherfucker! I'm drawing a complete blank, dude. Damn. ESPN sources: Sixers star Joel Embiid has been treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy for the past week.
Devontae Smith, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith.
Yep. But I mean that dude's fucking small. But he's been doing well in Philly.
Yeah, so some of the wide receivers are dropping, like you're saying. Let's see, big board.
Well, I mean, like
only 3 of 1. Brian Thomas is out there, and
yeah, I don't see Brian Thomas going in the first. I don't see him as a first round player, frankly.
Oh, the Jags just took him, so the Jags taking Brian Thomas at 23. Speaking of the devil.
All right. Well, you know what? I guess if anybody was gonna do it, it would have been the goddamn Jags. Okay, whatever.
This might be a wide receiver runner here.
Oh shit! I didn't change that one.
And next up, we got the Cowboys.
I was thinking Brian Thomas Jr. might be a guy worth trading back up into the 2nd round for the Bengals, just as like T. Higgins insurance. And even if like, they do work out something with T. Higgins, that'd be a hell of a guy to pair with like those two and Jamar Chase. But no, that's fine. I wouldn't take him this high.
He's going from Toledo to Philadelphia. It's not much of a change.
I thought you said the Jags took him.
We love Toledo and Philly.
Oh yeah, okay.
Beautiful towns.
But you said the Jaguars are taking.
Jaguars are taking that. Yeah, Brian Thomas, that wide receiver. Okay. So that puts the Cowboys on the clock.
Yeah, that's okay. I kind of liked Brian Thomas, but like he also kind of felt like he was like way out of the Bengals range, honestly. Okay, so the Cowboys are on the clock. I had them taking Fatanu, who is obviously now a Pittsburgh Steeler. So maybe this is Jordan Morgan. Although, no, this got to be Cooper DeJean.
You think
it's because like Jerry Jones has been talking about like all in, and he's got to make a big move. So it's got to be Cooper DeJean or Johnny Newton or somebody big,
Let's see if we're gonna
like
update.
He wouldn't he'd get crucified if he took like Jordan Morgan here.
Nothing yet for the Cowboys. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, speed this up, people. It's already 11 o'clock almost.
Yeah, this has been a slow draft so far. My dad is very happy about Amarius Mims, so at least he's. And let me be clear, I'm not unhappy. I'm just very like I said it before. I'm whelmed. You know, I'm not underwhelmed. It's fine, but I'm not overwhelmed. It's not, you know, it's not exciting. He could be good, but he could also be nothing too.
Right, not a flashy pick, just kind of a, like you said, solid 7. You know.
Well, it's a bit of a risky pick. So like it could be a flashy pick if he hits, but you know, again, my concern is just that like I don't know if he's going to get the reps that he needs early on. And like, you know, what do you, and even if he does, like that's another first round pick who's not really going to contribute much in year 1. So like, are we trying to win a Super Bowl this year? Or are we trying to win a Super Bowl in 3 years? That's the thing. All right. Well, and it's, you know, round 2. It's got to be round 2. It's either got to be a defensive tackle or it's got to be a wide receiver. It's got to be one of those two because you've kind of missed an opportunity in round 1. By the way, to be clear, I think Brock Bowers is the only tight end who I was really all that interested in taking in this year's draft. Because, I mean, we went out and we signed Mike Gesicki. Like, people are just, like, forgetting that we have Mike Gesicki. Like, that's a damn good – like, he's basically a slot receiver. Then we got, like, Drew Sample, who's a good pass protector. Like, you know, Tanner Hudson, who's really turned out really well for this. Like, I'm not worried about tight end. I'm really not. So, like, I don't – like, I hope we don't go get, like – Sanders, the guy from Texas, Jatavion Sanders. I hope we don't go get him in the second round, you know. I mean, like maybe Ben Sinnott if we can get him in like the 4th, but like people are talking about him in the 3rd, and some people talking about him in the 2nd, and I'm like, no, please God, no. That's like we don't need tight end that badly. The only reason I was saying Brock Bowers is because he's just a dog, you know.
Oh, for sure. He's got potential like Laporta from – yeah, I mean, none of the other tight ends even grade out in the 2nd round according to Eli's mocks, so.
Yeah. It reminds me of like, you know, 2021. We didn't really like wide receiver wasn't a big need for the Bengals, right? Like, but Jamar Chase was there, so go take him, you know. That was kind of my perspective with Brock Bowers.
I wonder what the most accurately predicted draft ever was, like beforehand. Because half the time you get trades in every draft, you really can't fucking get it spot on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Do post. Let's see. Nothing new in these Cowboys.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't trade up, really.
Right? There's a lot of talent there. I don't know. It's going to be weird. I think these guys who took defense might really like their picks later in it. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, they don't really emphasize defense. And maybe that's just because of the new rules. But if you get a solid defense, I mean, the Browns proved last year you could do a lot with a good defense. All right. Welcome to hour 3. No, we're not in hour 3 yet. Feels like it. Come on, Cowboys. I just don't want Dejan going to the fucking Ravens. I don't think he will, but I just don't want it.
Johnny Newton's still falling. I'm still like I still would not be completely shocked to see the Bengals trade back up into the 1st round. Like maybe pretty shocked. It's not a very Bengals thing to do, but I don't know. That would really change. Like you would see me get legitimately excited if something like that happened. Like, I mean, like I like the Mims pick. It's a good pick. I'm not super excited about it, but if they pulled something like that, honestly, I'd be more excited to see them do that than if they had just taken like Johnny Newton with the 18th pick. If they traded back up in the first round to get him, that'd be crazy.
And after the Bengals, we got the Packers, then the Bucks, Cardinals, and then Bills, Lions, Baltimore, San Francisco, and KC to close it out. The Lions have traded up to 24, so the Lions are picking at 24. This has got to be Dejan, no? Dan Campbell's got to love those fucking guys like that. I'm betting this Dejan.
Maybe. It's definitely a corner. It's almost certainly a corner.
If the it just says the Lions are on the clock, the crowd goes wild. That's funny. Yeah, because they are in Detroit. I mean, this could be Johnny Newton, like you said. Let's see here.
If it's Johnny Newton, that'd make me sad.
Detroit is taking Terrion Arnold at 24, cornerback.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think the NFL is as high on Cooper DeJean as you are, honestly.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm not going to disagree.
Like, I think he's really good. I would like to see him in Cincinnati. The main reason, and I was arguing with somebody on my Facebook status about it, but the main reason I wouldn't take him for the Bengals is because that room is already so incredibly crowded for us. Like we already have 3 arguably starting caliber cornerbacks, and then like no room in the safety room. Like, I don't think that he would. I don't think he would get any playing time. There it is. Okay.
All right, so he traded a third, it looks like. They have the 73rd overall to move back.
You said Terrion Arnold, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good pick. Terrion Arnold's a guy I expected to go way earlier.
Yeah, a lot of these mocks had him going top 20. See, this one, let him go in top 15. That bug's all gross.
Now the Packers are a legitimate threat to go get DeJean.
That's true.
I think the Packers legit. This could be DeJean here.
Let's keep refreshing here. Let's see what we got.
I think DeJean. Graham Barton is a possibility here, but I would almost bet money that this is DeJean. Could be Johnny Newton too. I had him taking Amarius Mims, so obviously that's not going to happen.
The Bay of Pigs coming up at 25 and 26. Green Bay and then Tampa Bay. I mean, they used to call it back in the 80s, the Packers and the Bucks are both shit. They're garbage, you know what I mean? And every time they got together, they called it the Bay of Pigs. Thank you to the millions watching us around the world. Hey, did you see I had Andy Dick on yesterday, bro?
I did see that, yeah. That actually got recommended in my like on the front page of my YouTube.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, it was a good interview, man. You gotta check it out. It was funny as fuck. I don't even want to say the words he said, because you probably get this, blocked or whatever. But yeah, it was unhinged, bro.
That's pretty cool. I know. I think the last time I had you on, you were talking about that, talking about that coming up.
Hey. Oh, they're bringing in all the winners of the pass, punt, and kick competition, it looks like. Whatever the fuck that is.
Who do you think this is going to be?
Oh, for the Lions, was that guy from?
One of the Lions got Arnold.
Oh yeah, Terrion Arnold. Yeah.
Yeah, for the Packers.
For the Packers, I mean, I think the run keeps going, right? It's got to be Dejan here, no?
I think he fits the best. Tom Grossi, I think that was his prediction, was that they'd get Cooper DeJean. I mean, it could be Johnny Newton. That's a need for them too, but it feels like Cooper is the guy.
All right, the Packers are taking offensive tackle Jordan Morgan at 25.
Wow. Okay, so I had them taking Amarius Mims. So I guess I was right originally. I should have stuck with my intuition on that one. I was right about them going with the tackle. I guess people are not as high on Graham Barton as I thought they were. So maybe that's not happening. Packers are taking Jordan Morgan. Why can't I not click on things? All right. Good pickup for the Packers. Morgan's more of a right tackle than a left tackle. They just parted ways with David Bakhtiari. So I would have thought they would have been going with somebody more like like a Kingsley Suamataia or something like that. But right tackle, that could work out for him. Although then again, I originally had them taking Amarius Mims, so maybe I'm just full of shit.
We got up after Green Bay. Tampa's up after that. Man, I swear to God. Well, Dallas picks again right before Baltimore, so they can still take fucking Dejan.
I don't know if Dejan quite so much fits. But then again, I had them going edge, and there's not really like a edge defender really worth taking at this position at this point. Like they all kind of already went off the board. Like Isaac's the best guy remaining, and I just don't see him as a first round pick. I mean, Dejan's best available in a position they could maybe use. I mean, the Bucks need a lot, honestly. Graham Barton, they could take him because he's a guy. He's a guy who could go inside for them, and they need a lot of interior help right now.
This is gonna be cool. He gets to introduce himself in front of all these fucking fans and shit. He's going from fucking Alabama to Detroit, huh? He's about to fucking get all that weed, bro. I don't get this guy in fucking fantasy. You come from a state like Alabama with fucking no weed, to a place like fucking Michigan, where you can't fucking trip and you fall down, you smoke 3 blunts, fucking yeah, you're gonna get high.
Yeah.
They say when Penix or when Cousins' contract is up, Penix Jr. will be seeing me just Brandon Whedon.
I mean, that's. I mean, like, okay, so like maybe the thought process is like, Kirk Cousins started his career as a backup, ends his career as a backup. But why would you pay him all that money?
Right. And who else was bidding against you? I mean, 160 million, where the fuck it was? Jesus Christ, bro.
Right, like. Who wanted Kirk Cousins that badly, really? I mean, but again, we talked about it earlier. Kirk Cousins did the same thing to the Vikings a while back. Maybe he's just a really good negotiator.
Right. Give me that guy's agent to work my YouTube contract, right? Fuck.
Right.
Motherfuckers pay me $10,000 a week to fucking sit around and yap.
Or maybe he's just, maybe he's the agent. Who is Kirk Cousins' agent? I don't know. I got to figure that out because that guy needs to be like the next big agent in the NFL. Mike McCartney. Who the fuck is that?
No, Claw.
He looks like the most basic suburban white dad I've ever seen in my life.
Usually how it is, right? Just low key. Fucking those guys are millionaires and shit.
His dad was in the College Football Hall of Fame, I guess.
Okay.
Won a college championship with Colorado. I didn't know Colorado ever won a national championship.
That'd have been years ago. They were good with Cordell Stewart was there, 94. He had a big old Hail Mary, bro. It was like 60-some yards. It used to be an NCAA, like when they had NCAA 05 and shit like that. That was one of the moments. You could play classic moments. That was one of them. First and fourth and whatever, 65 yards ago. All right. Still waiting on the Tampa Bay's pick after the fucking Green Bay takes Jordan Morgan. Yeah, he's getting booed because of the Packers pick.
All right, Buccaneers. I had him taking Chop Robinson. He ain't there no more. You ain't taking an edge player at this point. You're trading down if you're targeting edge that badly.
Well, Chop is gone. Chop is gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. All right, it says Ian Rappaport reports, we'll see if we get a trade, but there's a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up. So don't be surprised if there's trades coming up here.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I think for the Buccaneers, I don't know. They have a lot of needs at positions that just really there isn't a whole lot of depth at right now. Like the only guy I'm thinking is maybe they could take Graham Barton and push him to the inside and fill up some because they need some help on the interior of their offensive line. So that's the only direction I can think right now that would make a lot of sense for them. Maybe they could go with Cooper, but or Nate Wiggins, one of the two.
Take it easy, EB. Thanks for coming out, brother. EB's going to bed. He's got to work in the morning.
Yep.
Maybe why this doesn't, but the pick's in on the TV, so the Buccaneers pick is in. I haven't seen anything about trade yet, so we'll see. All right, it's getting a little late, but we got at least go till the. I mean, fuck it, we're all in at this point. I'm not working tomorrow.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we're going. I'm going to 32. You can.
Oh yeah, I'll stay.
If you want to hop out, you can. But
oh, I'm fine, brother. I ain't not going on. Shit.
Why is Joe Burrow trending? Damn shame you can't play 6 offensive linemen on a play.
I mean,
because the Bengals are stacked at offensive line right now.
The Browns would be doing that. They would take Nick Harris and put him at the fullback, and then sometimes they put him up in the line and be like, number 65 reported eligible, and then they just have an extra lineman. They actually did.
Yeah, but like as an occasional type of play, They run
3-4 plays in a row with that thing. It's actually a good formation, man. From what I remember, I mean, it's it just gives that extra blocker, which is goal. I mean, it's basically just putting a fullback in the line, but.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, you don't draft a guy at 18 overall for that play.
Oh, for sure.
Also, when's the last time the Browns had a fullback? When's the last time anybody had a fullback?
Well, the Niners got Juszczyk. The Browns had Johnny Stanton and what's his name a couple years back. They never played him though. They had 2 fullbacks in a row, and they never fucking played him. So it's pretty much dropped them. I mean, now we used Harrison Bryant as like an H-back last year. But we never really ran the eye. All right, since the Buccaneers are taking Duke center Graham Barton. Good pick. Good pick.
I called that one.
You did?
I called that one.
Good pick. So after those guys is let's see.
Apparently, the last time the Bengals had a fullback was 2017.
Jeez.
And that was I can't tell who it was. I need to update this anyway. They took Barton, right?
Yeah. Was it Brian Leonard?
No, he was a running back.
I like Brian Leonard out of Rutgers.
I liked him too.
He was a starting guy.
He was never going to be the guy though.
Ray Rice took over for Brian Leonard, if I remember right. I'd like to get the guy in the show, actually.
So I know you can't see it, Joe, but I on my overlay here, I noted it's Graham Barton, offensive tackle out of Duke. Because fuck Duke. And fuck Christian.
Let's see a trade. We got up after these guys. We got the Cardinals, it looks like. All right, so Graham Barton and the Cardinals on the clock. How the fuck did the Cardinals get that pick? This one, a trade from something. Trade from the Texans, it says. Okay.
It was Ryan Hewitt.
Ryan Hewitt.
Yeah, the last fullback the Bengals had on the roster.
Yeah, unless it's a tight end. Number 89. Oh
yeah, but back in 2017, he primarily played fullback. I remember Ryan Hewitt. He was an undrafted guy who ended up actually being like probably one of the more impactful undrafted guys we ever had. But yeah, he was like, they got him mainly listed as a tight end, but frankly, he was a fullback. They had him. He beat out John Connor, who was a pretty well known fullback in the league at that time. And then, yeah, I think when he went to like the Colts and the Titans, he was primarily listed as a tight end, but for the Bengals, he played fullback. I think in like Madden, they had him listed as a tight end because nobody bothered putting fullback in the game.
All right. You can play the old wishbone. I used to like playing. I haven't played a video game in so long. It's like I'm so out of the video game loop. I'll probably never play them again. But when I was back in the day when I played the NCAA, I used to love running the old different offense. You can run the triple option, the wishbone. That shit was fun.
Mikey says, can't wait to draft a wide receiver tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, I've got Madden. I haven't played it in a while, though.
The last Madden I bought was the Peyton Hillis one, and I played it like 3 times and just sat in the case for the rest of the time.
I don't buy Madden. I have a subscription to EA Play, which gives me Madden. Like Madden's part of the subscription, but I didn't get it for Madden. I got it for a couple other games that they have, and I just happened to get Madden along with it.
Yeah, the only games I really play is when my boy wants to play. We'll play this game on the Switch called Super Smash Bros. I'm not really good at it, so I don't really like playing that one. And then we'll play Demon Slayer on the PS5. And other than that, we got this farm game. What the fuck it's called? It's from like 2017 or some shit. What the hell is this game called? Stardew Valley is the name of that game. He likes playing that.
It was.
And we're waiting on the Cardinals. It says the pick is in on the screen, so
I had them taking corner, so but I had them taking Nate Wiggins. I don't know. I don't know if Cooper would really fit their system.
We'll see.
But other than the Cardinals, the last team that I think really cares that much about cornerback is the Lions. So he might fall all the way to the second round if the Lions don't take him or the Cardinals don't.
Darius Robinson from Mizzou, it says. Defensive tackle for the Cardinals.
Mikey says, I never lost to my dad. Put up 70 points on him once. He used the Bengals and you used the Titans. Well, fuck you, Mikey. Putting 70 points up on the Bengals.
All right, so up next after that is the Bills. That would be a good pick. Bills getting Deshaun. That would resonate well with that fan base.
Yeah, but I think they're going to go with a wide receiver because they're trading Stephon Diggs.
That's true. This is the Bills' first pick. They didn't even have a pick yet.
Yeah, I got them going with Adonai Mitchell.
Get Ladd McConkey sliding in at second and first round.
Could be. I don't see him going in the first round. I don't have him as a first round player. In the
that's
first
where this
place.
mock has him going to. Adonai Mitchell from Texas, 6'2.5", 205, which is wild because I'm about 6'2.5", and at 205 I'm a skinny fuck. So these guys probably get down to like fucking $180 and then put on 20 pounds of muscle.
You said you're how tall?
Say again? Oh, 6'2.5", probably about 6'3" in shoes.
You're 6'2"?
Yeah.
Huh. I always thought you were short.
No, I'm a tall.
I guess I've never seen you in person, but like I'm 6'2", so you're like my size.
Yeah, look at it. Have you ever met Thomas in person? Look at a picture of me and Thomas. He was.
Oh yeah, me and Thomas went to college together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can see how big I am in that. It's been a minute, but I saw him at the one game. I think I took a picture with him. I said hi to him. I can't remember if he took a picture now or not. It was the one preseason game.
I've never seen him. I haven't seen a picture of you two together, I suppose.
Yeah, well, he was already a couple beers in at the time, because that was the preseason game against the Lions. When it was fucking pouring rain, dude. It was the shittiest weather ever. I can't wait till we get a fucking dome, dude. I'm so done with Cleveland weather and football. Fuck. All right.
Mikey's 5'8". I'm 6'2". When I was when Andy Dalton was here, I was the same height and weight as Andy Dalton. You know, he had a lot more. There was a lot more muscle for him, but still. The BMI would have been the same.
All right, speed up the Darius Robinson thing. Let's see. Oh, trade. KC is on the clock. KC is on the clock. The Chiefs are on the clock. Okay. So the Chiefs moved up from 32 to 27. So we'll see who they're targeting.
So I had them taking Kingsley Suamatia in my mock. I don't think they'd trade up for him, though.
It looks like they're looking at wideouts, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
That's possible, yeah. I didn't think that they would invest in a wideout, because they probably figure Patrick Mahomes can make it work with anybody.
Right. I gotta get me that fucking draft cap tomorrow. I'm gonna go find that bitch before I fucking go to Detroit. Because the Browns one this year is nice, because this is actually, well, this isn't the draft cap. I usually buy the draft cap. Last year I didn't get it because it was like garbage.
Did the Cardinals took Darius Robinson?
Yeah.
Okay, right. I thought they traded. Okay, let me go ahead and update that then. Well, I only have it on for a few minutes, but
all right. The Chiefs are taking Texas wide receiver Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. Oh, it's the same fucking they had a mock 2 in this mock, but at that pick. So, but yeah, the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy from Texas. 5'11 and a half, $165. That's a
well, sorry, Cardinals, I missed out on your second pick. Probably my fault. I wasn't paying enough attention. That was pick 28, right?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I had a wide receiver from Texas going at that 28 spot, just the other one.
The Cardinals got Darius Robinson.
That they did.
Right.
Missed out on putting that up.
It looks like it's just a bunch of late picks, really. Basically, Buffalo got a 3rd rounder, and they gave up a 5th rounder, and they traded spots in the 7th. I'm gonna go pee before the fucking Ravens come up.
Whoa, the Chiefs didn't give up their 32nd pick. That's crazy. So the Chiefs traded up for a 2nd pick. The Chiefs did what I was hoping the Bengals would do. Trade up for a 2nd pick in the 1st round. So they still got pick 32. That's nuts. So the Bills just traded out of the 1st round entirely. What did they get? So the Bills traded 28, 133, and 248 to the Chiefs for 32, 95, and 221. That's a terrible deal. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, no. Okay, so they did get 32. So my thing's just not updated. For whatever reason, PFF didn't update, but the Bills did get 32. Okay, that's a fine deal then. That's perfectly fine. So they traded up in the 3rd round. They up a lot of spots, really. So they traded down a few spots in the 1st round, up quite a few spots from the 4th to the 3rd round, and then they swapped 7th round picks. So that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I was under the impression that the Chiefs kept their 1st round pick. We play Cleveland this year, and I can't wait to see Jameis again. You won't see Jameis again. He'll be on the bench. Play against Daniels next year. That's true. Have to dance for the Zurich. What's a Zurich? What is that, Mikey? I don't know what that is. And yeah, Jeff, I did see that NCAA 25 comes out. I'm actually kind of, my expectations are low because of just like what EA's done with Madden. It's made it boring as hell. But I am, just because they're coming out with a NCAA game again, that is kind of interesting. But I don't know. I don't have super high expectations because Madden's just not really worth it anymore. So I hope they don't screw up NCAA too.
All right, so this guy Xavier Worthy was the guy who ran the 4.21, so he's got some speed. This is speed.
Oh, that was who it was. Okay, that must have been why. Because like I was sitting here thinking like I didn't really have him on my board as a first rounder, but it must be because of the 4.21.
And I mean, if he's dropping that far running a 4.21, I mean, maybe he's got to learn to catch the ball. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll see.
Yeah. All right, so the Cowboys are on the clock next, right?
Yep. Dallas Cowboys are up. Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco, then Buffalo to close it out.
So I had the Lions here taking Kool-Aid McKinstry. But I mean, frankly, for the Cowboys, I mean, this could be Adonai Mitchell. I mean, maybe Johnny Newton. That'd be a sexy enough pick for Jerry to want to go with that. I don't know. Then there's Cooper, but it's just the way he's falling. It just feels to me like the NFL isn't as high on him as.
Right. It seems like he's going to second round for sure. And at 34,
I don't know why, because he's a good player.
34 to the Patriots looks really hot if he goes to the second round.
I don't see him going to the Patriots. Honestly, the Panthers and the Cardinals are right there, and they both need corner. So, I would say out of those three, the Patriots would be the least likely.
The Cowboys are taking Oklahoma offensive tackle Tyler Guyton at 29.
Well, no, wait, no, never mind. I don't care. Yeah, okay. Because we got Amarius Mims, so I don't care about Tyler Guyton. Tyler Guyton is a guy I was kind of hoping the Bengals could maybe target with a trade up in the second round. But that's only like once they took Amarius Mims in the first round, there's no reason to go get Tyler Guyton. So yeah, that's a decent pick for the Cowboys though. But I don't know. It definitely doesn't feel like they're going all in like they said they would. Gotta say that. It's a smart pick. Definitely not a sexy one though. All right, Tyler Guyton. I thought he might go in the first round, but I was thinking that he also might fall to the second, but I guess not.
Yeah, one of those borderline guys. You never know.
Yep. Well, I don't know. His stock's been rising, and I'm not entirely sure why, but is what it is. All right, so next pick is the Ravens, and I had them taking Jordan Morgan, the tackle who went to Green Bay. So there's not really any tackles worth taking at this point. Like Tyler Guyton was the last one, maybe. It's like Kingsley Suamataia is a guy who I kind of like threw out there the Chiefs might take with the 32nd pick. So, I mean, maybe the Ravens could take him here. It's just like, I also thought that was kind of a reach. It just, felt like one of those elements of randomness things that you throw in there because like the draft always has some random fucking thing that happens, which you haven't really seen with this draft. Like everybody who's been taken so far. I mean, there's been some crazy, like the Falcons taking Michael Penix was crazy, but the fact that Michael Penix went that high isn't that crazy.
Right.
So it's just like everybody who's been taken, it's just like, yeah, I could see them being in the first round. I could see them not being in the first round. But it's just like you haven't had that like a few years ago, the Saints took some edge player who was like, I had as like a fourth round draft pick, and they took him in the first round. Like you haven't seen anything like that happen so far.
All right, come on, Ravens. Do not take my boy.
Peyton Turner, I think might have been his name. Yeah, there it is, Mikey Peyton Turner. Yeah. I had no clue why the Saints took him in the first round, and he hasn't really done much. So, like, I think I was right about that. Okay, Ravens could probably use some more help at wide receivers, so this could be Adonai Mitchell. Other than that, like, I don't know. You might be right. They could go with they could go with Cooper, but they could also go with Nate Wiggins too, or Kool-Aid. I think Kool-Aid would have.
One of them. Kool-Aid sounds like he would go to the Ravens.
Well, yeah, but he like I think Kool-Aid's a good fit for them though, because like, you know, he's very like calm, collected type of guy, and the Ravens kind of, you know, they seem to value guys like that, even though they don't always actually like operate that way. Jackson Powers Johnson's a guy I could maybe see going here, the center out of Oregon. Man, is Johnny Newton really going to fall out of the first round? Like, I mean, unless the Bills take him at 32, because I don't see a fit there with the Ravens or with the 49ers. I would have never guessed seeing him fall. If he falls out of the first round, the Bengals better be trading up in the second round. Like, you better go get him, because, like, I can't think of anybody who would be more exciting to get in the second round than him. Like, in the first round, I would have been like, you know. He's like a Geno Atkins type, and we don't really need a Geno Atkins type, because we went out and we got, like, Sheldon Rankins. And then, you know, we also have BJ Hill. So, like, we don't really need, like, a 3-tech. But if we get a free tech, you know, for, like, a good deal like that, I'll take it. Especially because BJ Hill, you know, probably making a little bit too much money for his actual production. And Sheldon Rankin's expensive as fuck, too.
Come on, give me the Ravens pick. Like, Twitter slows down this time of the draft. Everybody, all these fucking analysts fall asleep and shit.
Probably. I mean, it is almost midnight. Does Albert Breer have anything?
Not yet.
Well, it seems like Bengals fans on the whole are very happy about Amarius Mims. Like I said, I worry that he's just not going to.
All right, the Ravens are taking Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins. So that's not really a shock.
Yep, I mentioned him.
Thank God, my boy. They go to the second round, Cooper. That's fine. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's not awesome for him. He could go to the Bills too.
Yeah, it's true. You got the Bills and the 49ers and the Bills coming up. Oh, the 49ers, Shanahan. You never know. He could go there.
Yep. Yeah. He could go there. Yeah, for sure.
That'd be a badass fucking. They'd have all the white boys in, right? You know, the only white running back in the league, only white cornerback in the league.
Right. That almost kind of feels like destiny, really.
Hey. I'd order that jersey. I don't really like the 49ers jersey. I don't like the font. Like the lettering in the back is really small. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a fucking load off my ass, boy. I did not want them motherfuckers getting it.
I'd almost say better the Ravens than the Steelers, though, because I feel like he could have really thrived with the Steelers. Like, I feel like the Steelers would have been a great landing spot for him, and I really don't want that in my life. But they ended up going with Fatanu, right?
Yeah.
Which my dad's not happy about. But, like, I mean, personally, I don't like Fatanu. I think, like Fatanu does this thing where he gets himself really like angry and hyped up to go berserker mode on on like whoever he's going up against. But the problem is he'll overhype himself a lot and get sloppy because of it. Like he'll just get way too fucking angry and then forget what he's doing. Which honestly, if he does that with the Steelers, it would be quite funny. Like you know that like 80s stereotype of like the super like dumb but like strong angry jock type. That's Troy Fatale.
Okay.
Yeah, I get what people are saying. The only reason the Bengals had a chance to draft Mims at 18 is because he only has 8 career starts. And if he had more and he was consistent with his tape, then he would have been like a top 10 pick. And I get that. I don't see the vision in this year. Like this season, I don't know how he's really going to contribute. So pick 31. I had the 49ers taking Enos Rakestraw out of the corner out of Missouri. But the difference is, I also had Cooper DeJean out. Like he was not on the board anymore. So
right. Most people had him going in the mocks. So we'll see if the Buffaloes take him here at 31 after the Ravens take this other jackass.
Yeah, honestly, the only guy for me, but again, I'm not, in the 49ers front office, so take this with a grain of salt. But for me, the only guy on the board who makes any sense for me right now, if I'm the 49ers, is Cooper.
Right. Fucking the best cornerback in the league. Best, or not best, but you know what I mean. It's just a marketing fucking godsend there, bro.
Well, that, but I think, he fits because like the only other draftable corner in the first round to me is Kool-Aid. And then there's like Enos Rakestraw, but that was a randomness thing that I did. But with the board the way it is, the only guy I think who really makes any sense is Cooper and maybe Kool-Aid, but Cooper's better than Kool-Aid, so. It is why is he dropping though? I'm kind of curious because like he's ranked like on PFF he's ranked as the 8th best player in the draft, and his average draft position is like 20, but that's still well into the first round.
Right. I don't know. It's maybe it's like you said that these guys just don't value a white cornerback. Maybe they just didn't watch enough tape. I don't know. Maybe
I don't know. From
what I'm under, so excited to have a white cornerback that just boost them up high. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, it could have been that people got so hyped up about like the white cornerback thing that like NFL front offices think he's more of a gimmick than an actually good player.
Right.
But I mean, from what I can tell, like the only real downsides in his game is that he's just not as experienced in press coverage. But he's also like he's 6'1", 207, so like I mean he could probably learn press coverage,
All right, so we get the Niners and the Bills.
I honestly can't see. Like, I'm not getting any legitimate reason on Twitter, at the very least, about why Cooper's falling. A lot of people are saying like racism, and I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Right, literally. But these guys watch so much tape.
Come on. Like, come on.
That's why it's hard for me to. That's why I mean I got the people I follow, the celebs and all that. But beyond that, I don't take nobody's opinion I heard on Twitter because it's all just a bunch of fucking yapping garbage.
Yeah, but like I mean, the thing is, there are smart people on Twitter. So
for sure, yeah, you follow the right ones. Baby.
If you can cut through the bullshit, you can find the answers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, most sports dudes and most breaking anything just following the right people, And then YouTube's playing this fucking enjoy the break thing. It would just put me to sleep. Come on, give me this information. Give me the information.
According to Dove Kleinman, they're taking the 49ers are taking Cooper.
Okay, that'd be epic.
But I'm not sure I believe Dove Kleinman.
Right.
Yeah, I mean he's sometimes right, but he's also sometimes full of shit. According to Albert Breer, they're taking Ricky Pearsall. So I believe Albert Breer more.
Yeah, totally.
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, right there. Ricky Pearsall, you guys just saw it. Okay.
Yeah, out of Florida.
Nice pick. That's another fucking speedster, bro. You got all the white speedsters on offense, eh? You got Pearsall on one side, Keitel on the other, fucking Juszczyk on the other, and then McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. Yeah. See, hey, so that this brings up the question: is Ayuk on the move? Then, what do you think?
Not necessarily. Like
I heard they're shopping Ayuk and Samu.
If they're like at 31, you're not necessarily taking a guy who's going to replace Brandon Ayuk, right? So maybe you're thinking like, hey, this guy could be insurance in case something happens with Brandon Ayuk, and worst case scenario, we pair them together. So I mean, he's maybe on the move, but I don't think this indicates that he definitely is.
Right. Later, Mike. Take it easy, buddy. Oh, that might have been a while ago.
I think I had the Bengals targeting Ricky Pearsall in the second round, potentially as a wide receiver target.
Yeah, he was one of those fringe guys. Borderline first, second kind of thing. I'm not hating on the pick. That's a great pick for the Niners, I think.
All right, so the Bills are the last one, right?
Yep, and after that's it. Then we go to the second round.
And I had this pick being Kingsley Suamataia to the Chiefs, but I don't think the Bills need a tackle, so that's probably not going to be the pick.
Yeah, even Rappaport just said that. It says the 49ers select 31 Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. Does this signal what the future holds for Brandon Ayuk, or do they still see him in their future?
According to this simulation, so I did this simulation, made the pick for the 49ers, and PFF said you drafted Ricky Pearsall, and their suggestion for a better pick is Cooper DeJean.
Nice. The Panthers traded up with the Bills.
So the Panthers. I have no. I don't remember what the Panthers.
They probably gave him a 7th round pick. Then he's moving up one slot, but. So the Panthers are going to take some. Oh, what if the Panthers got this on? That'd be cool. That'd be a fucking nice. Jersey.
Yeah, no, they could. They could. That would be a bit of a need for them. I could also see them maybe going with Johnny Newton. Sadly. Jackson Powers Johnson too, maybe. Like him not being I know he's a center, like a center. Like he's not really a flexible center. He's just a center. But he's a really talented guy. Like, the fact that he's not a first-round pick, if he's not, is weird to me. So, I don't know. I would, if I was the Panthers, I'd take Jackson Powers Johnson here. But, I mean, it could be it could be a lot of people. It could be Troy Franklin. It could be Johnny Newton.
Yeah, they swapped 7th round picks.
Kool-Aid.
Carolina
they
gave
swapped.
them.
Right, because the Panthers had 33, didn't they?
Yeah. So they gave them, the Panthers gave them 141, and the Bills got 200.
Okay.
Or the Bills gave them 200, and the Panthers gave them 141. So basically, it's late round swap pick. I mean, the Bills probably were like, whatever. All right, the Panthers are taking South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Leggett.
Xavier Leggett? What?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a reach.
Where was he pegged? Let's see here.
Like the 50s, maybe.
Let me double check. Xavier Leggett. 38. Okay. Well, there it is.
Who you got who's got him at 38?
Tankathon.
Oh. I didn't have him that high. I had him like 55.
So that leaves the best availables for day 2. It's obviously our boy Cooper Johns, number 1. And we got Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Ennis Rakestraw, Keon Coleman, Braden Fisk. You got basically a lot of wide receivers and cornerbacks are best available according to most of these guys. And he gets some more defense. So should be a fun second round tomorrow. I'm still going to go to Detroit. I don't think I'm going to get up as early as I thought I was going to do it, but all right, brother.
Yep. Okay. Well, interesting draft. So the Bengals got Amarius Mims, and I think that is a nice, solid pick. That is extremely uninteresting, but a decent, solid pick, and maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Who do you think the Browns are going to get at 54?
Fuck. I mean, if you're going wide receiver, I mean, I still like if Ladd drops, take him. I think Ladd goes way before that. Maybe secondary. I think it's going to be either defensive line, secondary, wide receiver, I would guess. This is going to be where they go. It says the needs are, what do we got? It doesn't really say the needs. But, yeah. So, I mean, I honestly don't know because it just really depends who goes first. If Deshaun drops to the Browns, I'm going to fucking shit myself. But
there's no way he drops that far.
Fuck, I don't know, man. The entire league already passed on him, so we'll see.
True, they could pass on him again, but I just because I'm not seeing any real information on why he's falling. Like I can't I mean, he's such a well-rounded player. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, is it legitimately just like there's a reason there hasn't been a white cornerback starting since 2002? Is it because people just don't believe that white people can play cornerback?
Maybe.
I'm kind of joking because Twitter was like legitimately making like accusations of racism, and it's like, oh my God, shut up.
Well, hopefully, let's see I just make sure that tomorrow's picks here. Hold on, I want to make sure the Ravens and the Steelers don't pick before the Browns. No. Damn it. The fucking Ravens picked 2 picks before the Browns. 3 picks before the Browns. Steelers do, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the Ravens aren't going to pick 2 cornerbacks in a row.
Well, the Steelers are picking before the Browns. 2 picks before the Browns.
Well,
no, we'll see.
I don't think he drops that far, though. I think he's probably going to go like within like the first 10 picks of the second round. Probably within the first 5 picks, really.
He might go to the fucking Cardinals. Right there at 35.
Good.
So. All right, brother. I will bid you farewell, man. Thanks for having me up.
All right. Yep. Appreciate you showing up.
All right. We'll see you later.
All right. See ya. And then to everybody else, I appreciate y'all coming out, hanging out with me. Mikey, Jeff, the Eclectic Beard. I know you're not subscribed to the channel, but I hope you enjoy it. I put out Bengals content a lot. So, I haven't been lately. So if you look on my channel, it might seem like I don't put out a lot of content. And I mean, right now, lately, I haven't been because I'm in school, but I'm planning on ramping it back up. I'm going to England in like a week. After I get back from that, I'm hoping to ramp it back up, doing some more content and stuff like that. But we'll really see. But yeah, thanks to everybody for showing up. Kudos to Joe. Can't wait to have him on again. He's always a good time. Thank y'all for watching. Y'all can always catch more of what I do at Kyle Phelps 92 on Facebook. At Kyle Phelps 92 on X. Facebook. It's been so long since I did this. Facebook.com/ThePhelps. Battle of Ohio podcast. At some point, whenever that goes back into action. Please subscribe. And I may or may not be back tomorrow. I would like to stream tomorrow because the second round and third round are interesting to me as well. But I also have some other things I need to do. So it just really depends on how I can use my time tomorrow. I have one last final project for school due tomorrow night, which means that obviously takes, priority over this. I've mostly got it done. I just want to make sure that it's, I want to make sure it's good. I've got a 4.0 right now. Like me. I was never a good student in school, but I have a 4.0 right now. So I'm trying to keep that energy going, But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I appreciate y'all showing up for the first round. Bengals got Amarius Mims, who is very, very high potential. But I think it's just a lot of potential with him. It's definitely not a sure thing by any means. But at the same time, when you're picking 18, it's kind of what you're going for. You're going for somebody who could be a home run. You don't really necessarily, you're not expecting a home run. You're hoping for at least, serviceable production, but with the potential of being a home run. That's what I think you're looking for at 18. And I think the Bengals got that with Amarius Mims. My biggest concern is that he may not get a whole lot of playing time, may not contribute a whole lot early on. We're already paying Trent Brown to play that position. Maybe he goes inside, but then I don't want to not have Alex Kappa on the field, and I don't want to stunt Cordell Volson's growth because I think he's done well. So I don't know where you put Amarius Mims right now. That's the thing. In a few years, absolutely. But do you want to really wait a few years for your first round draft pick to pan out? By then you got to make a decision on his fifth year option. So, but I'm down for the pick and to see where it goes. We'll see. The Bengals definitely, if they can keep Joe Burrow healthy, that'd be good. The problem is you can't play Orlando Brown and Trent Brown and Amarius Mims and Alex Kappa and Cordell Volson and Ted Karras. You can't play all six of them. But at the same time, a good rotation would be good. And, definitely having that depth would be good too, because that's, like I said, that's what lost us the Super Bowl is lack of offensive line depth. So, but that's pretty much all I got. So I will leave y'all as always, unless there's any more comments. Nope. I'll leave y'all as always with a hoo-day.